building great things around.
I think that the black diaspora, you know, is really a big help to Ghana. You know, I think that you know, and it's really a change in dynamics. You know, with all of the police killings and all the other issues that's going on with the states, and people coming to Ghana and other African countries and seeing that there is life here, there's opportunity, there's love, and seeing people of your same color doing things. Now people are like, whoa, you know, hey, you know, you got another option, you know.
Right.
And so, you know, when they're coming, you know, they're also, you know, seeing people and they're touched by, you know, these people fetching water and different things, and they also bring their resources to help. The fraternity came, they saw how much water that we take for granted in the States. I mean, kids have bubble baths and everything, and
right.
you know, a person get a bucket of water to bath, they happy, you know. And so they saw how it impacted communities, and it was like, wow, we need to do more. And so they went back and they said, look, we're going to commit to do 24 boreholes all throughout Ghana through your nonprofit, your NGO, Team CSR Ghana. And so we started on that, you know, and it was very successful. And the way that they raised the money was through all the different chapters they have stateside and around the world, and all the individual brothers. You know, we have millionaire brothers. I mean, you know, so many things. And everybody started donating. And so we reached the 24 boreholes so quickly and kept going that, you know, we just surpassed it. And right now, I'm proud to say we've done 60 boreholes in 60 villages all throughout Ghana in the past 2 years.
The network here probably is not actually that, it's no good, I must say. So it is affecting the teachers and the nurses staying in this community. So I think when they get a proper network, it will help them so that they can do their daily calls and some WhatsApp and some chats that they connect with other people in town. Here, because of the network, I can connect with my friends outside and within the country. So it is really affecting it. So sometimes you just need to do some research. But because of the network, you don't get that to just do the research very well. The community members, the government workers staying around. When maybe something emergency happens, and you need to call home, maybe 6 or 7. Because of the network, you can't just. I would like to tell them that they should help so that they will get some quality network around. So that in case, now the world is global village, so the network itself in doing this type of connection. So when they get it, it will help them to be part of the global village.
In fact, the situation is very huge problem and hatred towards the community. Because we can't communicate with our relatives. If even somebody is having an emergency case, we can't even meet anyone to release that person so that he can live alive. So we are really suffering with the workers who are here. You can't communicate with somebody to bring something here for you. In fact, so the health worker and the teachers, if you bring them here to stay, they don't want to stay because of the network problem. Because they really want to learn something from their laptops and other things, but no network. So we are really in hardship. We are suffering. Before you make a call, you have to climb a hill or you have to climb a tree. And even if you climb the tree and you fell off, it will be very sad that you are trying to release somebody or rescue somebody and you also die or break your legs and other things. So in fact, it is a problem. Even if it is raining, you can't go to the hillside in the rain to make a call. So we are really suffering here. It is very important and it is affecting even the whole community. We can't communicate with our colleagues and our relatives, our parents. If even somebody got an accident, how to get someone to relieve him from that accident is very difficult. The person will lie down there and die because there is no network here. before you get somebody, you have to climb a tall tree or go to the top of a hill before you can get somebody. And here too, before you go to a hill, it's very far, a long distance. And even if you climb the tree and you fall down, in fact, we are really suffering with network problems here. I would like to appeal to the Ministry of Communication, and then the Member of Parliament for Sunyani West, and then the MCE for Sunyani West to collaborate and give us the phones that are land that we've been giving to the rural areas so that they can meet their network and they call their relatives and parents, and then the workers in that removed area, they can also enjoy that part. So I want to appeal them that they should come to our aid. So we are really suffering, and I'm pleading them. Yes. Without them, we cannot do any other thing. So I'm pleading.
It's affecting our work, especially in the NHIs, that's the health insurance. Now, what we do is that we are now in digital. What do you call it? We are now in digital work. So the NHS has initiated or has bring something we call CC code. So when the client come out, then you have to take the insurance. We have our that's the chip. That there's a code, NHS code. Then you have to dial it. When you dial it, if it's active, then you know. If it's not active, then you'll be able to know. When the client comes, you cannot overlook him or her to go, because where he's in critical condition. So what we do is that then we write it and then we send it to Seattle for those CC codes. But when you send it out of, when you send Kenya, maybe 5 or 6 is inactive. So but the client who has gone, you have nothing to do. Ideally, when emergency come, we have the Seattle is our referral center. So what we do is that then we have to call the Seattle facility to arrange. I mean, whether it's assumed to or cardiac, and maybe and add another head personnel. But in the situation whereby there's no network, then you call, there's nothing you can do. So ideally, you have to take it up on yourself and then take a motorbike or a drink as the client. When you see also, you go with the client. Then the People Authority learn the communication. Then what you want to inform them that those are the rural areas we need our help. Because now everything is about networking. Everything is about networking. So what I want to feed with them that then they should come to our aid. They should come and help us so that those problems or challenges will stop. To move the help, the quality for work in this country.
Case with my fear to come, and I just say, for so as some what me next week. How far I did not know. I found you were next week. Think I who will be a bit imagine Emma. Like you come, Emma, the apostle, you say. Remember money assembly. This year, I mean, we call him. Dear man, is the you see, this instance, in case I remember big mark of the more council by discount. You can be to our way. This year, no, to be capa, me fast sending man. We give a crap of 2 o'clock. So, Emma say, Yemi network, Yemi, sad, immunity, Emma, which will be at the bit my boy, some is a bit imagine the den who are not me call, come and no being take. So, since you are network and tea, cold be white, and Nippon say, come a bit. So, by coming in Amma, you can either. How far am I? Then when I call now, since Nanka, I'm a friend, I'm a cassa, so vintage. The end say, network, engagement.
Network, how I the bride say, Eba say, Yenya program, ye to me, call, and cook room, ma a man for white. Say, oh, pass your network, and I just offer see an end, baby, and son, wait to my network. Until how network at the bride. And this is the day and the auto point for any and Cabem way. Na a Jumokua and network here, man. Cabemra na Bema boy and a baby network in the my said a bay. Yes, we can see my bit more.
Over network now, a walk proving a very bad in your cry. It's a open so your core. Be I just open, be a for an alcohol before be a band. You have a pond of Benantin. A 3 kilometers over 5 kilometers. You know, over 5 kilometers and 900 reckoning in young crumpuna. Still at a petting your personality and fast man. Near personality and net to wow. Still, I'm a hobby, and I say, but my secret grave was a man for me a good enough a year call, but none network engine. You are darling number now, but when a dinner cut it, until blow one and from us and done as a network crab here. Now, for darling number and a team from Qua. You are, if I say hello, now can auntie. Masano is simple for say, a boy or network pool. Jome by a boy or said, yeah, Ebenya network pool, and I said, network, I wait money a call, a fret, and penny for, but being a CBA, young mobile, not a mobile to my boy, services for instance. Say, in a year for 100% friend doctor, or silver boy, doctor, or so, and more traffic be the Abaha. But due to network, I mean, Mosanko, pet and water, also of work a cracker. I know something so I need the piano back. And you told me to be our baby, network community. Yeah, or buy a na so buy a service, or buy a na so mammy and officer from Ombe Eba. Yes, offer an onion. I used to do Nina, Uboya, so with Docon, Nina, Yabuko do one. Yaya, she is a bumping for say, Omra. Now, I'm a boy or network. It's a movie free. Yes, I say, I am say, I'm best today. I'm a boy. Now, Intimia network,
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity to make this statement of public importance. Mr. Speaker, permit me to state upfront that I am all for responsible free speech, but I'm against the use of the coercive powers of the state to achieve that. Just like you, Mr. Speaker, and many lovers of democracy, I have been profoundly disturbed by not only the resurgence of military takeovers of democratic governments in sub-Saharan Africa, but especially by the number of discussions on and off media platforms in Ghana about how well our democracy is serving us and whether the coups in the affected African countries can be justified. Mr. Speaker, our youth unemployment rate has worsened over the years and is almost equal to the pre-independence figure of around 20%. The World Bank reports that underemployment is at around 50%. It is therefore needless to add, Mr. Speaker, that despondency and stress levels are high. These make our compatriots very vulnerable as they seek a savior, or at least hope for one. This indeed puts all of us in privileged political positions in a precarious position, and we ought to be extra mindful of our actions and inactions. When I listen to these discussions contrasting the benefits of democracies to coup regimes, Mr. Speaker, two arguments that stand uncontested yet are the freedoms, especially the freedom of expression and the right to seek redress in an impartial judicial process that our Constitution guarantees. Mr. Speaker, even though the two may not be enough to preserve our democracy, if their promotion is not linked to other needs of our society, I dare say
locally made. This is local ice kinky. Yeah. And you put sugar?
Yes, there's sugar. But let's drink. I mean, there's no way I'll come to the north and not try a local milk. So this is ice kinky, which is 50 pesos. I'm about to try. There's lemon in it. Hey, there's lemon in it. Oh wow. So I'm about to try it. Let's see how it goes. See, so one thing about me is I have a typical African stomach. Wherever I go, I kind of have a way of adapting to any kind of food, whether there is pepper, whether it's not spicy. When I even went to Kenya, I had that experience, no spice, yet I was able to eat their food and feel fine. So this is no difference. They said there's lemon in the ice kinky. Let me try it and see how it goes. As you can tell, I just finished it. This is so good, I have to get another one. Do you all remember Nerissa and Nancy from my coming from Accra vlog? If you do, she's here with us and we are going to be trying street food in the Wa market. This is one of the popular markets in Wa. Is it the biggest? Yeah. Oh, okay, this is the biggest.
But this area is called Fadama.
Fadama. Okay, so we are currently here at the outskirts of the market, which is called Fadama. So we are here to enter into the market and see if we can get some something to try on, some local meals, local street food, local beverages. And yeah, you always know whenever I visit somewhere new, I decide to try something new, experience what the local experience, and I'm here for it all. So yeah, if you're watching this video, I am currently in the Upper West region. Wow.
These sheep,
yeah,
when someone gives birth to a newly born baby, they want to name the baby.
Yeah,
you can get one of these
sheep.
Yes, especially the male ones. For the male one for the naming ceremony. But you can also buy it for any occasion that you want. Christmas, Salah, any.
What's it made of?
It's made out of this.
Ah, what's this?
Kuha.
Oh, what's the English name?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure the English name. Okay, let's see it again. So if you guys know the English name, please let me know in the comment section. If you know the English name of that, let me know in the comments. But this is the beverage made out of that, and I'm about to taste it to let you know how it tastes like. So this is locally called puree, and let's see how it tastes. Okay, so this is like I don't know if you know yoi, a local fruit. It's blackberry, African blackberry. It tastes like blackberry fruit that has been diluted with water. So that's how it tastes. I don't think it tastes anything else, but it tastes like a wild fruit. It's very close to baobab too. If you guys remember, when I went to Villa Awoyo, I had baobab juice. It also tastes similar to baobab juice. So if you've had it before and you know the taste, the right taste, let me know in the comment section. But that's how it tastes like. So just when I said it tastes like baobab, she says she has confirmed that it is baobab juice. So I'm going to be trying kuli kuli for the first time. This is very hard. It's like granite paste. In fact, it is granite paste that has been added. Did they add flour to it? No. Only granite paste. Yes. It's so dry. This snack is good. It's like having kati cake, but kati cake is mixed with sugar. This is raw granite paste, and this is good. It's called kuli kuli here in Wa. So you can have it with gari, with sugar, gari soakings, which is a local beverage here in Ghana. So if you've not tried it before, you might as well as buy one and try it. So hard. So I'm going to be trying suya. How much is one? 20 pesos. 50 pesos. Give me some. How much? Give me. So this is how the suya looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very, very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very, very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. So yeah, everything here is very, very affordable. See if you want to come into our video. So she says she's thanking us for promoting the WA. So you see, it's not really difficult to film in the market, even though yes, it is difficult to film in the market. Some of the women are so friendly and they're like, oh, come, is it going to TV, is it going, where is it going to? And it makes them interested. Once they know they are going to see themselves on TV, or their colleagues are going to tell them, I saw you on TV, then they are very interested. So yeah, so far so good. We are currently in the clothes section. Let's go see if we can get more street food to try. And yeah, I want to try Tozafi and bitter soup. Where can I get some?
That one we have to cook it.
You have to cook it?
Yeah,
they don't sell some.
We don't sell teaser like that because everybody prepares teaser.
Yeah, that is it's just like in the Volta region. Everybody eats Banku or Aklen, so they don't sell it in town. Okay, so I would have loved to try it, but maybe the next time when I visit, we'll prepare it at home, and that's the usual thing here. So sorry. My friend recommended I tried cheeses and bitter soup. Okay. Yeah, and then she also mentioned I tried tubani, which we had yesterday. If you guys remember watching my vlog previously. So yeah, if you haven't watched it, please go back, watch my videos, and come back to finish up this. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what we can get. I'm currently in the market. So we have here acheke, and I'm going to try it from the northern style. So mommy, please give me some more. I'm going to have 2 cities. It's plenty, it's plenty. Yeah, small. Yeah, it's okay. They add a little salt.
Looks like it's gonna be good. Yes. Cheesy old fish.
Give us spoon. So which is ours? So now we are in the marketplace. We have to find somewhere we could eat. To pick our stuff. So yeah, this and then head to our next location.
I feel like it's much more spacious. Busy, but it's a different type of busy over here. And I like every day. I love me some macaw. I'm a to-do girl.
So yeah, I had the acheke. I'm yet to go try it. Then I'm going to end the video for my street food experience here in Wa in the Upper West region. Loretta, what did you have since you came? Street food?
Water.
What did you have?
I had the, what do they call it?
Tubani yesterday, yeah.
I had the nuts that we had. I had the drink, which the baobab, which is also known as tamarind. That's the name I kept forgetting.
Yeah.
And we ate the suya as well.
So yeah. We are going to try it and end it. So we are currently in traffic. Yeah. Hi. Look at the baby, so cute. Hi. He's like, who is that? I'm about to try the acheke I bought earlier on. So this is the acheke and the vegetables. They sprinkle a little bit of salt for taste, and this was very good. The acheke was very soggy and soft. Acheke is close to gari, which is a local delicacy here. This was really, really good. Destination, and I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire street food experience here in the Upper West region, specifically Wa. So yeah, until next time, I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. I am currently in the yellow, properly called tuk-tuk. How do you call it in your local dialect?
Mahama Kambu.
Mahama Kambu. It's called Mahama Kamu. So if you haven't tried this, here in the Upper West, in fact in the North, you should make it a point. It's very, very cheap. Short distances are about 1 city, long distances are about 3 cities. So yeah, it is worth the experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Much love from the Upper West. Mwah.
This week on Bloggers Forum.
Now, your lady be your bar app kakra. Your friend is Salah. I don't know if you know her. No, Duke. Banson labels. Your friend is Salah. Ni dia ngasa the Salaman to Yakubu. Also, on the assets 2014 or the $100,000 and they shooting the video be a friend of my love. And also my share. Me who so my love video name. Any Trini Jonas on Nam Manhattan on Nam streets and so what's my say? We also saw Becca and MI no away, you know. They told us as at 2012, no, they paid $50,000 for that music video. Now me share no na me share video me share ya that's a lake bi wo mu. Minim so mo to lake ni ka.
We see lake no from scratch.
Minimum say me na and fish na woman no na some lake ni peaceful. I was no disrespect.
That question is topical. An artist, a gospel artist, said they used $40,000 to make their video, and you ask an artist, will you do that investment in your art? That is within the scope of artistry. If they ask them a question, say, if you say, "What doggy now?" Those questions, presenters do that a lot. You know, presenters do that. They ask questions.
So you couldn't get any example.
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
Amanfo ebe kaya mimini da ya etwe mu yi ojefo to me da to so dunkron e na ye kokosie eye madam Jifa Ativo ono e na chese oye kane transport minister e wo mra Ghana mampani dada wetwem eye former president John Dramani Mahama na bem na chese oye transport minister ne ni nipa kokopie wo na yie na si yie pa no amanfo ebe kaya ebe to dwa se eye ade aye mami omukosie no e wo post station bia ono ankasa si e wo mantama ye friend say abutia tete a chese wo from mantemu na ebe no amanfo e bi se yie pa ye twetwem na mpo mo bisa se adin se kokosie no e wo post station wo de no na busuafo edi ntwemu abo mo twemu se sa na otiase no odi to dwa se so owu a obese esie no e wo sa post station wonom se ne ba ye betumi di agigi sika na mpo de be tourist site a nkofo so betumi aba be hwe no na we nyina no eye GNFo na mo de sa eye report yi e de ba beto dwa Ghana web nso nya bia ye de mana somfo. Adaka brefim po amanso nsentreni mapapa ono so eno no so de nano ato nsemsema yekoso efa ya Saraju Asafo mahebedwani madomi kwabenya na afa ya majority sadanampo no MPP amanyoko no na so manfo ebeka ya na senti mo mukyire ma ya de mahebedwani omba mahebedwamu ntani adane ntokwa deja bebre we soya na okane de we to soya na okane de no na adaka bre so ne de onim nyina e de ababetudwa a otwemu se eye busomi wochi etire bi na chese ye mahebedwani Saraju Asafo enya miscarriage ntine wo so otumi etukwan ekokoshe ni widiem na iman so dia wakwakoye yi sa no tumu se wo so nya mre kakra se na be obetumi de ahwe na pomodin afi wo hono ma no se nya ne nkra se ye de anemba omo amanone omo so ku nsem enkoyi ntine wo so no so kokoshe no tenetene etweye nso no ne yesa frɛ ne ka che ne se ne babia ma owom no ne nan abu e ma chese no so na wo so de ne kɔ no chese kokoye surgery e de ma no na owie no de nsem bi nyina atudwa na otwemu so no kra ne wanwa se ne nsem aye course e for no e na afi National Coordinator Emma School Feeding Program program Mrs. Gertrude Kwashiga ono na afa Saraju Asafo nsem e course no o se adaka bretre ma ye no won apa yie pa se ye de sansem no nyina to Saraju Asafo mo nim se ni nyina no ya de a erai enim ho bi na o kan ye sikasem nso na o twe mu se 120,000 Ghana cedi na Kennedy Japan e de bebetu dwa se ani ene sa opare frema na chese ode ma no no o se ni nyina enye no kre na emom no dakubi na chese ye Saraju Asafo ni Kennedy Japan di nkita ho e wo phone so e na ne ba be ma ne ka che Kennedy Japan say da me birthday ba o ntie nche bia no e wo so to bibi e de ma me na se ni o kire ma ne papa no send sika na de ma ne ba ne se chese on fandi ni birthday into mu do mu nyim se ade aye ni birthday gift sana ye se eye frame o pari na chese send sika na abra na chese o nim ho hwe into ndi o kire ma no so bibi kakra o nim fa ye Saraju Asafo no e no so ode atodwa no Kwajo MPNI former chief of staff onu so di akoten NPP amanyoko ni mu ye pa no no e no de na no ato nsema koso efa Saraju Asafo metwe domi kwabenya mrahye bedwani achese na sente mrahye bedwama omba na ko joy news for so chese ko joy news na chese oye interview e no de sansem we nyina to join mai bisa no e ho nsema de faye e na otwe mu se ni Kennedy Japan aka faye rai hu nyina se opese ye no deputy majority leader no say no crepa dia ene no no so bisa Saraju Asafo say dem pa no so ejina so e dia aka say ne yemfa sa eye position no anampo sa dibia no emfa ma no ono otwem mpo Saraju Asafo kra wuti ayeye say eye mampeni etumi ama wo say oswafo ba me oswafo ema eye gender afi social protection na afi nkwada into no otwem ma ono de nka no nka asem papa esan so otwem ma wotwem ma odibia ama sisi awon so no ye kasa nso tumi kebi na nso no nintie mu no sese pa se era no ampa se ohia sa dibia we dia no de nka ni pem no nka beka se onja esan se entumi emboa part no ema enko nenim afi so de ato amanyoko nenim se be ya nka bibia ni a omuntumi nde de manampo mu mfifi mu enfe hunye enti poten a ye era ipe so ye sa deputy majority leader no se ne be ya betumi amboa na amanyoko no akonenim.
This week on Bloggers Forum.
Now, your lady be your bar app kakra. Your friend is Salah. I don't know if you know her. No, Duke. Banson labels. Your friend is Salah. Ni dia ngasa de Salama to Yakubu. Also, no the assets 2014 or the $100,000 and they shooting the video be a friend of my love. And also my share. Me who so my love video name. Any Trini Jonas on Nam Manhattan on Nam streets and so what's my say? We also saw Becca and MI no away, you know. They told us as at 2012, no, they paid $50,000 for that music video. Now me share and no name me share video, me share ya that's a lake be womb. Me nim some to lake ni ka.
We see lake no from scratch.
Me nim
minimum
say na and fish na woman na some lake ni peaceful mom. I was no disrespect.
That question is topical. An artist, a gospel artist, said they used $40,000 to make their video, and you ask an artist, will you do that investment in your art? That is within the scope of artistry. If they ask them a question, say, if you say, "Webo doggy now." Those questions, presenters do that a lot. You know, presenters do that. They ask questions.
So you couldn't get any example.
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
Asen Central mrahye bedwani Kennedy Japan eno de ato NPP amanyoko nanim wabo mo kokoyie pan so mo nim no mo ni di agora ade ono bebo modern na announce videos a owo nyina no be release ni say te na ni nyina no ogina so na sentem de wanfo enima oni ya boabe asamwa a oye NPP communications director na say we to an nyonko na we ato eno no ogina so aka se boabe asamwa enim na so sa di nsem bi anampo san be di nsem bi betudwa efo no Kennedy Japan ho a ade be NPP amanyoko no anya asam keto akra ochemo be yi announce videos a owo nyina nyinaa e de atwe otwem ono esa MPP amanyoko ni nti nanka ye January 2022 nanka wo so kwhwe na pomudi mu nsem nanso esa mu nsem nti wentumi anko na sensem bi ha no no so ono Kennedy Japan da ba betudwa e de amamo se ne be ya amanfo nso betumi aka bi na chese matters nya ya solve ya na mo so ya na we kan de eno ambo mo kokoyie pa so man hwe yi a ono ankasa na ya de a party no obegu no owie nso anya nas videos bi owo bi anso no obe release.
Enche bia na GFE ebo eye mpanimfo baako enan edin se omona eye Black Stars team na no wabra Ghana ene eye omo friend se Nigeria de bebo ani ewo FIFA eye World Cup playoffs ni mu na eye mpanimfo na ya GFE bo mu din no baako eye Chris Hutton na mebi atwam odi ni Juma enso Edma Brighton Hove Albion na Chris Hutton eno ne eye Chronicle Live edin komo no mu bisa nse ba ne sen ena eye GFA ede ne ka technical team a omoda Black Stars na no di tudwa se GFA no ede proposal ebeto nanim ema ono nso agitu mu no no ankasa no ne papa enso efri Ghana eti de tene se Ghana ebo eye FIFA World Cup playoffs no ade a 2 games no beboa ama bibia enso atimi akonkan o se ni role ono ewo Black Stars technical advisory role no ade a na adwuma obeye ene se obeboa coach I friend say Otu Ado na ono nso atimi aboa Ghana a qualify for FIFA World Cup a ebetodwa in 2022.
In the Upper West region is a beautiful hotel called the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in the Upper West region and I'm here at the most beautiful hotel in the Upper West. So come, let's see how it looks like. This place is called Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel, which is locally called Jirapa, Dubai, here by the local people. So let's see how the room looks like. Come, let's go. Oh, this is going to be my bed. The place is very cute. So this is what you get if you'd come to the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. So I now understand why the locals call it Drapa and Dubai. It's so big and the best here in the Upper West. So this is the tennis courts. And we are going to see the mini zoo. Is something like this?
That one, the price is labeled on the dice.
60 cedis. Oh, that's very affordable. guys, I'm swimming. This is my
cold
food.
and this is nice.
It's like an ice bath. Guys.
Yeah.
A serious ice bath. When you're in the desert in Dubai, you need this.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey guys, it's Miss Drew, your host of the Mountain.
It's so fun how you are missing if you're in the upper west. Exactly.
It's time for dinner, and I'm having rice with goat lice soup. Laurie, what are you having?
Yum with goat lice soup.
Yam and goat lice soup. What a combination. So we are waiting for Drew to come. I don't know what she's doing inside, but then this food smells so good. I can't wait to dig in. You know me and food. I know you all will come at me saying Stella is going to eat banku and yeah. Today I'm eating rice and goat lice soup because the weather deserves it.
Waiting. Whoa.
We just
We are
started.
so hungry. We just started.
This is what you are missing. This is good. The food is good. So how do you eat your rice and soup? Do you take the rice first and dip it into the soup, or do you fry the soup before eating the rice? Let me know in the comment section.
So I couldn't decide because there were so many things on the menu, guys. And you know, when I see food, my belly gets bigger than my eyes. So I got some assorted. This is actually the chef's special jollof rice. And then I have got seafood provincial.
Ooh,
wow. Seafood is like, honestly,
yeah. Don't
like
worry, we are all eating here food
just
today.
because I tasted yours. Aww, I'm JV.
Good morning. Good morning from the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi, the Stella family.
Larry, are you still sleeping? Okay, so we are going to have breakfast without her because she's taking long. She's taking long to dress.
Drew is
How was
still
your
on
night?
London time, but we stick to time.
How was your night?
The night was comfy. Oh my goodness, the bed was amazing. I don't know what I prefer most, the bed or the shower. Ooh.
Oh, the shower. Oh, the warm shower.
Exactly. Oh.
So one of the nicest thing about last night is the fact that I spent a lot of time showering.
Yes, I was
which
just
I am not
standing
used
there.
to.
Yeah.
I always like I'm very quick. I'm a quick eater. I'm a quick butter.
I'm a slow eater and a quick buffer.
Oh, okay. But yesterday I spent more than 30 minutes
And I was
bathing.
just the shower pressure. Oh my goodness.
So one thing about the west, upper west is the weather is dry,
very,
and it's warm. It doesn't make you sweat, but it makes you feel dry. I don't know if you can tell.
Even me, yeah.
Yeah. So I used shea butter this morning.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and we're gonna make some shea butter. We need
Shea
to buy.
butter.
If we're in the north, so we have to leave with
Oh,
shea
definitely
butter.
we will. We will.
Yes.
So, and this is the best place to buy shea butter because it's
Honestly.
originated from here.
Yes.
So we are going to have breakfast. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Let me know in the comment section which part of this place is your favorite.
Yeah.
Has been so helpful.
Oh,
she's a pretty Nana. When you come here, look for Nana. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's vlog. I had an amazing time at the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, and I came with my friends, so let's all share our experience. Laurie, Miss Ju, come around. Let's talk about our experience.
Listen,
so what do you think about the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel?
The Royal Cozy Hills Hotel is just amazing. If you are literally in the Upper West, I'm not gonna lie, this is the best place for you to be, because it is cozy.
It is cozy.
From beds to swimming pools to showers to food.
Okay, let's go to the food. The breakfast.
Breakfast was
dinner
good.
Last night.
Okay, dinner was too much that I have to take it away.
Shamelessly taking away.
Shamelessly doing take away. You already know where there's Drew, there's food and travel.
Yeah,
The food
and
is that good.
let's talk about how spacious the place is.
Oh yeah,
yes,
very
there's
spacious.
a lot of space. I'm sure you can
Bathroom
have
is clean,
parties here as well.
everything.
Like over 60 people can be here. Loads of rooms, and I'm sure all of them are
You
just as
can
cozy
have
as
your
each other.
destination wedding here.
Exactly, especially when you're in the Upper West. Whilst here, you also get to experience the safari as we did.
Exactly.
If you haven't watched the YouTube video, please go back.
Go back
and watch
check
it.
out.
Yeah. So until next time on my next video, I hope you're having an amazing time, just as I'm having an amazing time here. Until next time on my next YouTube video, we're gonna say it's a bye right here from the Upper West region. We are going to the next destination, and you are coming along. I love you all. Mwah.
This week on Bloggers Forum.
Now, your lady be oba app kakra. Your friend is Salah. I don't know if you know her. No, Duke. Banson label. Your friend is Salah. Nidia ngasa the Salama to Yakubu. Also, no, the assets 2014 or the $100,000 and they shooting the video. Your friend of my love. And also, my share. Me who so my love video name. Any Trini Jonas on Nam Manhattan on Nam streets and so what's my say? We also saw Becca and MI no away, you know. They told us as at 2012, no, they paid $50,000 for that music video. Now me share and no never me share video, me share I'm that's a lake be womb. You need someone to lake ne car.
We see lake no from scratch.
Minimum say na and fish na woman na some lake near peaceful. I was no disrespect.
That question is topical. An artist, a gospel artist, said they used $40,000 to make their video, and you ask an artist, will you do that investment in your art? That is within the scope of artistry. If they ask them a question, say, if you say, "What doggy now?" Those questions, presenters do that a lot. You know, presenters do that. They ask questions.
So you couldn't get any example.
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
Dr. Mrs. Charlotte Odro, a marriage counselor, no, the Ababeto just on no honoring. so oni pe mu pa de anko no de o mbe pese ne baba ba kokra be ware osofo esansanya asem keto akra na yenim so no so de waware ani kunu de eye pastor Solomon Oduro na sentempo de nsem bebre na ne beto odwa efo mu esansanya ye owura no na osofo no de beto odwa se ade a eye ne yire no na sentemu bi emo mu ware no pe divorce esansanya ne ma enkoye e ma etwe ne yire so be ka so enye no kra ne nkeka ho no erabe ya na sofo bai no de ababeto odwa so no de nipem no so nyaye pa nko ma ne baby be ware osofo esanso no waware bi ene we hu se ye difficult ankasa emu odzen se wan hwe ye na so ware sofo adachi bia na hwe na watemu no akwakọ ye separate are be difficult for instance say nyema be bu aten ye de afa ho afa no enya asem keto akra ene ode bai no manfo ye bi sa say e den na we hu hu anti ache so ode sansem we nyina toja we nya de e asem sebe. Kani okai kwe north eye mashebedwani ya friend say Fuseni Isa and wakeka bia to be amani speaker of parliament Alban Bagben na ochema eye speaker kra benyi if it in 1992 ni niam otin mashebedwama oye other speakers abenyi na obi eni wa oye sa na sente one for ebe kaya na ewukwada ya etwemu ene gogo piemu mashebedwama na enya asem keto kra esanse speaker of parliament Alban Bagben etwemu a mashebedwafo niam bi omudi anapo nsem bi omudi wonu no ensem fata se oba mrahye bedwama obo so no mu yedede na fada o fada keka nsem ehu hia ne nkeka ho ene omo woni credit to just so mu nyimu a ade aye nche bia no wa be misbehavior wo honum de obo wodi ase obo ya chew e de akwakotum emekoko wie ne mrahye bedwani bi kokokasa ma kokache say shut up eno no Fuseni Isa ye chemu se wo ne wan woni wan ya fe de si so bi be kasa achese na o tiantia onipa ne sa o se ne ye ne de o ye ni too much ntabe ya speaker anka twa so esansa nya wo pe ene wa ye mashebedwani chiame hene pen.
Kai in Tokwa, AC or Russia, and I face Ukraine in term, and I'm so, and I had the National Union, and my Ghanaian students, they trying to tell us in news, and in Kra, Aqua Command, and I don't think before the same care, their own channel, and function a year Ghana addition for Musan Chrome, you know, so they say, addition for be a bagana, then crab, brain looks for some in Kaifono, one, ideas are buying, and trying to young for one band, never cost 1 year, and your Christ and say, near ban, and near 9. Now, in Crash Shema, just say Russia for NATO eastward expansion, mo person on the ban area, you know, or much my Basana, Beha Ukraine, former Soviet Republic, Mawansha, at the Third World War at the back.
Joining for at the report to be about our mutual muse a dear chief of staff. I a friend say Akosia Frema or say Opari, na sentemu okoye Saradra Safo, Mashebedwani at the Madame Kwabenya, Okoni Fie, so your coin ya mano, and who is Saradra Safo. Now your more reporter, your friend say Elton John Broby or no, and this a report nearby our mutual muse. Emra a yell say Frema, Kokodu Akosia Frema say, a Kokodu ye fionum no, and a security guard say, oh, Nakachi and say, a dear Saradra Safo. No bi otifi onom embo mo mane bia say obi ba behwehwe no ntende mo mane gina don hwiri say bede ni nyina no che say wa ma meto na kopem say eye chief of staff free ni fi onom e de koye osande to just say ansa na po no betu kwan no e de akwa amanone no say eye ma me ni free ni fi onom na che say yesi otu kwan e kwa amanone esanse ne ma na no hia say mahebedwafo e de be ma na nampo majority side no e de be ma no o ma mfa mo no ajo asafo.
The showbiz industry has always been inundated with issues, and so when we sit like this, we table them for a riveting discussion. It's episode 2 of Bloggers Forum for the year 2022, and I welcome you to this platform where we do a perusal of arts and entertainment issues, of course, with a touch of wit. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. It's on GhanaWeb TV for Bloggers Forum. I am Abrantipa. My panelists are seated. Nenebi is a columnist. They say, you bet me the one title I can home because Kanenuna is an author in the making. But I said, he has finally launched his book, Everything That Happened, and the people who made it. Nene, welcome.
Thank you.
How does it feel like being an author?
You know, for the past 10 years, I joined the entertainment industry because I wanted to write a book on a war. And then the first or second interview I did, the person I interviewed for that book gave me a job to be a journalist.
Who was that?
That was Veros Nati.
Okay.
He used to be a boss manager. And then I became a journalist, and then I got busy. I stopped focusing on writing a book. And 10 years later, I have a book out. So it feels good. Actually, 12 years
10
later.
years?
12 years, yeah.
Wow. So when did you start writing this book?
I started writing it in 2020, 2019, 2020, yes. So I finished writing the book in early last year, that was 2021, and the publishing process took a while. So on 22 February 2022, the book finally came out.
I see. Okay.
So I have some copies here for you and my co-panelists.
Okay. And so obey autograph my okay. So just give it to Vidal and media.
Let me use my pen.
So whilst he does the autographing, Vidal Dituma Boatin is a columnist, entertainment analyst, and Nancy in a voice at ICC. 1-2, then she loses her voice. I don't know what is happening, but this actually started when she was made the PRO for 3 music awards. Vida,
boss.
Akwaba.
Yeah.
Sabotage, Anna.
Shall we break loose? We break loose in Jesus' name. But it's funny though. I mean, I don't know whether it's because Casada does or not. I tend to, lose my voice, but it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, we ginger.
And
na fa esru isa hwentia no de fra na che se e punu nso upunu no so beboa no se me me herbalist kwa kese mi ane
se me pagyan so mu kwa de am okay.
Okay, right. So Nene, we are still waiting for Nene to do his thing any which ways. So you're trying Nene no Vida, and young free your mind.
Yeah, we thank them, say Abrabiano, they stay glued to and then I like to pick on a few issues this week. Me who say around. Na me who sama for a bash Zion Felix. Say Wakubusa, say you young nani say on teaching on any interview na. I say OBT tribal war drums be baby. I mean, I don't think say Zion had that intention, say, or person say bia I was so teachy and son maybe on why interview I ye. Na betia say your languages are hodo be. I think they about 45 or so. Me say me kakasa hodo 4. Me ka bro for country, ka French, ka English.
Oh, okay.
And say me drew area bia any of these 4 near popular and I say comfort car. The very natural thing will be say maybe say anyebia oka kasabin. What's my say? Na say oka say be oka una kasa nimpa. It would have been impossible for Zion to conduct interview in that and una kasa because no Zion no enti. I think say the notion say dodo na fakese na kachi no made him ask say what's Ghana pana ebia onti chi ana because okonofa obi wo hon cry hada. It doesn't mean the language is superior than any other language. I don't think that he set out to do that. I think the amount for a relaxed and mano.
But before you move on to Baby Abekon, what do you make of his apology? What issue apology?
Yeah. I think no matter how he explains himself, there will be a section of the public that they will be affected and are disappointed in him. into the way he has obemantry saying Kofobi feel offended by it, you come out to apologize, which he has done. But looking at it on the fence, I felt it wasn't a deliberate attempt to put one language ahead of the other. Saying one language is more dominant. At the same time, the so-called Volta regions is here. You'll be found wanting, so won't take Kasana. It tells you say Kasabiani area the dominance wa ni mudru ewo. In as much as o teachino, ubedru north na ye kandagati for Kasana ye kakusasi for Kasana ontia. You will tend to give some respect into the people and know say the other languages are and also ejina and also. So I felt say it wasn't a deliberate move. Okay. Moreover, on the channel no or any interviews na fakese na ochimu. Yeah. On the target audience or the mom here at GhanaWeb, sometimes we speak English, flows but we've been told say we can mix the two, so that we reach a wider audience. So he has a platform or what language or you see what. So busa, I don't think say why Bonnie be. Now on to Kelvin Boy. Last week Mitna Haka said down flat is making waves. Now a friend is saying Mauli. He was saying and Newman fly, but only a week after Crampono, she said and you a region. And I say wako assaulted ni baby mama. On by am be confirming as semno. But ni yati tenese or the iron rod. And now I born a baby mama also. I mean, let's face it, men support violence in any way. So it's a say a chin and pa because men who any evidence I just say police cells. He says he's in Nigeria. Yes. There are videos of him on a Westgate or Nigeria or Lagos and trying to promote the song near there. Yes, right. Say sana tiena wo bana or they are born you want to press charges famra kwine so na ye. Let us stop how I recruiting and now for 4 with the aim say o character and akobuobi and your talent and abuobi. We have to strike sa balance no. And send character no na enye na abuobi allow yen enjoy nyom no to enjoy the song. It doesn't mean say na fam. When you the voice na fan show and then son of the ball. Into South or back crawling now for 4 na ye recruit your and they made an emphatic statement say one say one yom ne hate no wako ball baby mama. So there is a deliberate attempt to wind down on the efforts musically. Ye catch almost say Akwani needs the hits to he needs those hits and the numbers to be able to cater for Akwalano. Sure. I'm not condoning any act of violence. If you want to press charges, go to the police station, do so quietly. Emrani son the parent here. Said Tuni didn't be too much. Yehudi be yourself, you be finding na, you be uni. Sa choristers ne chom who they should shut up.
All right. Nene.
Yes. So before that, let me just present the book to you. This one is for Vida.
Thank you very much.
I wrote how I feel and think about you.
Yeah, hey. It's a great piece.
I'll say how I feel and think.
This one is also about how
I
feel.
So what did you write about me? It's okay,
read
you
it.
bring it.
I think I have to read it. Oh wow, these are nice words.
Don't read mine.
Oh yours is also nice.
These are nice words. I don't know if I'm permitted to read.
Okay, read quickly and then let's move on.
You are beautiful, confident, and an industrious woman. Oh hallelujah, going places. Thank you very much. Industrious in there, it means that he factored my Kwewu background. Okay. Into so beautiful lady is relative.
In fact, the book is nice. That's the cover of the book.
Thank you very much.
What kind of dear? My kind me dear.
I thought.
So me kind and coming kind. I met you in my first year in the industry. I didn't know you would become a friend, but you are a brother now. Nenebi. Signature no boy and date.
Yeah.
Nene,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I thought the title was going to be The Gods Are Not to Blame Reloaded. So but it looks good. I mean,
the packaging is nice.
It looks good.
Okay, so let me free my mind and make some point for my book. I want to talk about King Promise.
Okay.
King Promise said the people who supported him when he was on his way up, they no longer support him. And then I think he was making reference to both the media people and, who supported him. And then in my book, in chapter 2 of my book, the chapter 2 is called Sarkodia Inc. There is a sub-chapter in chapter 2 called The Winner's Curse, right? And in that chapter, I talked about how no artists who have ever won the Artist of the Year in the history of Ghana Music Awards ever went on to have a big career afterwards. Anytime an artist wins Artist of the Year in Ghana Music Awards, somehow their career starts taking a dip. And in that sector, I interviewed, I quoted of War, my boss, and he talked about the fact that usually in your first year or in your most successful year, a lot of people have stake in your success, right? A lot of people support you because they think you are new and then you need their support. The DJs, the media people don't really collect payola from you to, play your music and everything. But the moment you become successful and win Artist of the Year, now they expect you to pay back the favor they did you. And it's not every favor you can pay back. Maybe the person supported you, maybe you played a show, they played your music in some village, be in the central region. And maybe they want you to come and perform there for them because they play your music. Maybe you need full fare to go there. So if you ask them to give you the full fare to come, now you're becoming arrogant. So usually, people stop supporting you when you're an artist because now they see you as somebody who is established. So they want you to, pay for your support. So I don't think it promised to take that personal. Every artist in the history of Ghana have experienced that. Where when you're coming up, people support you, and then when you make it, now you have to work extra hard. I know a lot of artists who've had hit songs who I talk to on a daily who tell me that, people are not behind them like they used to be, and then now they have to hustle on their own with their sweat and bros to make it. So I think that's something Kid Promise should, take cognizance of. The fact that, he is experiencing the winner's curse now. He's a winner now. You should see that as him being successful. If he was up and coming, people will still be, chanting his name. But now that he's no more up and coming, people look at him like, he's God now, so he should rain manna on them.
Okay. That's Nene B, a columnist and an author, a lawyer in the making. I don't know if I should say that one. I say there's also law doing what. Okay, so that's Nene B. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we return, there is more.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. We have time to discuss music videos in Ghana, and that's because Empress Gifty has said that her music video cost $40,000. Now, after that, we've had some musicians also make certain comments that has actually engendered controversy and all of that. That conversation will come your way after Vogue.
It is about that time where I give you the juice and the sauce on Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Erabna Everett. Today we are going to be looking at the award-winning fashionista Nana Akua-Addo. She's a household name when it comes to fashion, and she's known for doing too much, but that is her claim to fame. So there's nothing we can do about it. We're going to be looking at 4 times she has slayed off the red carpets, going for TV and radio interviews right after this break. Welcome back from that break. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Erabna Everett. Before we went on the break, I did say that we are going to be looking at 4 times Nana Akua-Addo has slayed off the red carpet going for TV and radio interviews. Recently, a picture of her surfaced online wearing a yellow dress with ruffled skirt and extra fabric hanging on the side. The fabric she put around her waist brought the whole look together with the headgear as well. Once you look at her face, the shades, you do realize that the shades had a little puffy around it. Nana Akua-Addo definitely did this look some justice. She was going on an interview on UTV. The next time Nana Akua-Addo slayed to a radio interview was a Star FM, and she wore a black top with some black jeans accompanied with a red cape. Now this was no ordinary cape. I'm talking puff on the shoulders, 4 layers on the down, and to top it all off, the bow. Yes, darling, she killed this look. Like, there is no look at all Nana Akua-Addo cannot kill. The third look is a very simple look. This is the simplest anyone has ever seen Nana Akua-Addo. She wore a very pretty military green and yellow outfit. You know, there was some ruffles on the side with the yellow, and the military green made the whole outfit. And of course, her puffy. Nana Akua-Addo never goes small. She always goes big with the shoulders. Yes, and she accompanied it with some yellow shoes. This interview was with Zion Felix. Then finally, the 4th time she killed everything. I think we need a drum roll for this one. She went to an interview on Peace FM wearing, I don't even know how I'm going to describe this outfit because I've never seen anything like it. It's supposed to be a 3-piece suit, but this time she had a bralette, right, and a skirt with pants. What? Well, she had a suit to accompany it and, you know, some transparent stilettos that brought the whole look together. Yes, Nana Akua-Addo, keep shining, keep doing your thing, keep booming, because we love to see it and we love to talk about it. You give me something to talk about. So yes, that's it for Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Erabna Everett. See you again. Bye.
Thanks, Erabna, for the segment Vogue. And if today is the first time you are watching Bloggers Forum for the year 2022, this is a new segment. We introduced that as a replacement for Nkomo Oho. Now Nkomo Oho is a standalone program, 30 minutes. Also, the interview with Obi Amponsa, the doctor by day and comedian by night, is out. Talkatainment, Elsie Lama had an interview with Obi Amponsa. He's one of the best stand-up comedians that we have in the country now. Also, the sports team is out with the latest episode of Sports Check, and it features the man Charles Taylor, Charles Bismarck Koku Asampon Barnier, the terrible Taylor. Sabrantina, those days when he was moving from Kotoko to Hearts. Has to Kotoko. Yes. Charlie, you know, you know, be small.
Charlie, those days,
it was serious. You see,
it was a festival.
And that was when Kotoko was big. We used to walk from Edukrom. Those who know Kumasi very well, from Edukrom to where Kotoko used to have their training. Ridge. Charlie, it was serious. And so, yes.
When we were closing school, we have to plan. Today, are you going to watch Kotoko training or not?
Those days, it was fun. Also, Moons and Cuddles is out. How to find love as a successful person. So, when you get money, when you are self-accomplished and now you are looking for love. How do you know whether the people are coming for the money, the fame, or real love? So if you want all the tips, Paula is there.
Why did you watch that particular episode?
Why do you need to watch that?
She's an accomplished person. Please to watch.
I've told you what this show has done to me, and I'm a casual.
Yeah,
I've told you, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah, you told me. All right.
I should have posted that show.
Serious. I think they need to do a part 2.
Yes.
So that you come and then share it.
Feature the broken hearted.
She's done moons and cuddles.
Yeah. Me and entertainment.
They should know that show.
So let's talk about music videos in Ghana. Now, gospel musician Empress Gifty released a music video for a while, and then she said she spent $40,000 on it. And when the issue came, now it's a man for P at a cool near the but once a while people go for interviews and then radio presenters ask them a question. How much did you spend on your music video? And would you spend $40,000 on your music video? Celestine Donko and Della have been commenting on it. Well, it was not a direct comment on Empress Gifty's video, but it was an answer to whether or not they will spend $40,000 on their music video.
Oh, see apart the average Lucha video between the least between 12,000 $25,000
and I say
CDs.
Okay.
We trap video.
And I know be say $40,000 and no more on it. What about CDs here? 2.5 billion. On one song. A bit me gospel video I'm gonna do sir.
It's possible.
2.5 billion OCDs.
2.5 billion.
Billion OCDs. 245,000.
245,000
Ghana cedis. OCDs are 2.5 billion on one video. A bit me do.
Me mondi and camera by far more ton. Hey, what ton 250,000. Hey, sister, bra.
Can't be far more ton.
China, my far more beton.
If you have $40,000, will you use it to shoot a music video?
A music video? Why would I use $40,000 to shoot a music video?
Oh.
At my age. And at this stage of my career.
Martinez, stop laughing. I don't like that. Look.
In Ghana.
$40,000.
$40,000 is cow.
Another video in yes career.
Oh.
So if you have $40,000, you won't use it to shoot a music video?
I won't. There's no way that I would. Me $40,000 sanka. Me the boy economy ni kakra.
How?
I would invest it in something, that would create jobs.
Like what?
Like a biscuit factory. Like a alewa factory or something. Oh, I brought this ginger alewa thing. I'd produce tons of them and sell. Mima obi. And can me produce way.
What does it do?
And can me produce alewa ginger alewa way. Na anka ma branding the year na anka ma ton.
Hold on.
Be ma miska. A powerful papa.
Where on?
Right. So those are the views of Celestine Donko, a gospel musician, and Della, formerly of M-Clan Music. Although dear son, so but that is making me laugh, but oh dear, I don't know. Have you seen Empress Gifty's video?
I have.
Okay.
I've watched it several times to see the elements of 40,000 in it.
Okay.
Yes.
UGD, say 40,000.
It's not in my space. Many analysis be then I throw it to the people. Into the mechano, if you just suppose it with the video, now Phil said there are elements of $40,000 in it. We move.
Okay.
Now, Abrantipa, are you starting with me?
I'm starting with
okay. Yeah. There are many reasons why, as an artist, you want to have a music video. Top of your head, promotional content, promote material, man visualize it at the end. There are other people too they do that purposely to win awards, because there are certain brands they push themselves better when they win awards and they are in the news for particular awards that they win. So you are bent on winning best video award from the 4 sites and the other, even 3 Music has a category for best video. So if you are poised, say, so win it, so you can shoot such videos. For me, I think it's a way as an artist, you introduce yourself to new fans and even existing ones, And so we are asserting growth in our industry, because if you are now so flower be now the video and now we've moved past that. Now, internet there are lots of artists who claim to have the most expensive video. I listed a few of them. Gambo, I don't know if you know that gentleman. Was in a drip music video featuring Moesha Budong and a few others. Is the most expensive. Just a BC that the whole 2021 on shooting the board dinner a whole lot of talk, but you don't get them putting a figure to it. Now we have Okesi One now today, which is featuring in the viral song of the year for the Free Music at Ebe Basui. He says that he has the most expensive video. Okay, yate. Now, Titanobe 2012, we also saw Becca and MI No Away. They told us as at 2012, they paid $50,000 for that music video. Now, me share, and no, I'm going to share video. Me share, that's a lake be womb. Meaning some to lake ne can.
We see lake no from scratch.
Minimum. And fish na woman no na some lake near peaceful. I was no disrespect, but now me share like I was looking at those elements. I'm still searching. Now your lady be oba app kakra. Your friend of Salah. I don't know if you know her. No Duke. Banson label. Your friend of Salah. Ni dia ngasa the Salaman to Yakubu. Also no the assets 2014 or the $100,000 and they shooting the video be a friend of my love. And also my share me who so that my love video nim any Trini Jonas say on Nam Manhattan on Nam streets and so me what's my say? So we are always more bombarding with figures. And then I ask myself, say, metrics, any day. And then the parameters now you did to I admit, say, as an artist, you want to be seen in a certain class. And you like to apportion some amount of money, be our full say, who the try video, I'll catch and they'll be happy about it. But then it's not saying I'm a John, I'm saying no. The pressure could also be from the video directors. Because they say, yeah, well, appear to now I just saw in the mix. Yeah, well, now see, Fetonium, no. Yeah, well, Roro. Or no, so no try video, no. On to me, funny Dean could rev video, no more Brian, yes, our original recording, no, a studio. Is it a means to say or no so per se or ye known? Into your case where $100,000 you go and search for who the director is and find out the year and all that. Now, Mr. Share closely, no man who say aside the music charts that we have now, will be your top 10, top 20, top 30. You're saying your charts, you're lining up most expensive videos. Osha, I done it like a business venture on its owner and for Eddie Ejuma. So I sat down and I made say, let me do a little research and come out with a few pointers. So you'll be a person with Jim for where say, that amount of money in a year Juma now. So the first one I came about was a concept. I've been on the taping of an artist like Yaya, the performance for women's branch for Free Music last year. Now, Brantipa, if you sit down and you see a host of writers and directors are back together, yeah, man, creative options. What was laid on the table, no, a brudu. And then the team had to sit down to liaise and say, yefa, and the videos we watch, no, share from the back. Can you see? Say we a team of writers, designers, creative people in the bar out and say, oh, you say you done the script that one now. Because yet Kroma
Silicon I'll answer yes to that.
Listen, Silicon I'll atia, yes, Jinaha. When until do happen, yes, they were bodam, no one started, yes, they were bodam.
Synopsis.
What's my say? Yes, I had your swadi, I had you soon. Internet, there is no creative direction to it. Udru ha yesi soon to soon. Uti anye na oni abua ene actia. Ni yesi da abua na abua ni some kind script no two shells no rewa. You get it?
Yeah.
Now the next thing is cameras, no. As ye kono ye evolve. then a video so on the technical staff na che quality pictures bra picture down no is soon to say I did me who da ho sa no. Is that what we have here now? The next thing is also here logistics, wardrobe, props, location. So person will chat video Dubai, New York, London, Wales. You know say cost in the bed there are a lot of make believe video mu. You just want to laugh. Props no saying it here now wardrobe obi be sha atade mienu odi be twem TV na ni musa na ni hwekra ya me show la me the video bi na I me kan ye atade o sha twem 20 just to make ade no solid anya bia ye wo team a omote kwa ye hye won tade ahyehye won ne ma na because my corset bi so a obi twa video makeup artist mpabwa na ye gi say roman no hye wa hanom se ne enko na ye penentem it doesn't work that way. Say, wasn't person oh yeah creative piece. I was a BBI editor. Now your cast and your crew. Ejuma nipa 20 beye. I will bet you can. Or say Debbie. Manipa 2 way anye. Minya bema wa bet me so camera ni mama me.
Is it not minimizing cost? If we can do with 2 people, why should I employ?
Adena ye creative work. So who director, who writer be a what try to wa. Onim say at this stage, you know, nipa 6 ni here. Then we come on the set as I'll say, who go for nya bema, only anything about the plan, the production plan that we have. How can we achieve the creative thing I can want them?
Okay.
What's my say? Now there is a cast. Any extras? Wa hwe maye omugina nyumu omusi. Obi refisi ye correct, obi refisi ye collect. Na ye basa. So I gave these pointers and I feel directors no so no. Obi wa our link across Africa. And in the world. Enti oshuti video mawa onim say he has the links to get your video on some channels. And you know so charge account. And you be our feature obi. Nipa na feature na appearance in the video no or charge for those things and you know with all these pointers let's put the Ayewa video on the side. Not just a pose. Media minka last year the old media can't wear it live. It's a massacre. Minka said that here and I say Edahefa. I feel some music video no a complement and you know so for senyum now be quality video free ebe working for me. I think it won't do the trick because I've seen slideshows do better than some quality music videos I send board.
Okay.
Yes.
Mati, maybe Joe comment on the Celestine and de la Ekain and then what people are saying about the comments that they made.
All right.
But let me come to Nene.
Okay.
Does it look like we are investing so much in our music videos?
The answer to that question is inconclusive. Some people invest into their music and music video a lot, and some people don't. I always say this: music is show business, and it's a business. And Ghana is a country where we don't practice socialism, where every business operates as a unit. You understand? If individuals operate their businesses in their individual ways, there are some artists who take their music videos very serious. There are some artists who don't. So you can't make a general statement, say, are we taking our music video seriously or not?
And here's what I want to say, specifically in relation to this Empress gift video. I think the way the friend is saying, but they do see fee anymore. The short and the cost is 35,000, and the rest of the video costs 5,000.
Oh, how?
I'm kidding. Anyway, the video looks expensive, right? A lot of effort went into making the video look as expensive as it does. The house that it was shot in looks expensive. Emphasis on the word looks. There was gold-plated cap in the video. Gold-plated gold bar in the videos. I said gold-plated because I don't for a second believe it is gold.
Okay.
The gold-plated chair. Those things maybe the gold they bought to paint those things were expensive, maybe. So you can't say. But the thing I find most interesting about the video is, if at the end of the video, she listed the fabric and then the people who designed it. I think that majority of the cost of the video went into the outfits.
Okay. Actually, we wanted to speak with her or her team, or even the video director, as to what went into it. But unfortunately, the efforts have not been successful.
I think that, yes, it was the outfits that looks expensive, and the outfits are what generally the cost of the video, because everything else in the video is, for want of a better word, ordinary. Gold-plated caps, ordinary. Gold-plated chairs, Donald Trump have been doing that since the 90s. Gold-plated gold bars.
Dr. Ewan.
And if anything. Men's gold DJ Ghana.
So do you consider her statement? Do you consider her statement as a showbiz talk? Like, let me see, so that people will get attracted and they will go and watch the video.
The thing about showbiz in Ghana, as it is now, which is when I was writing the book, there was something I faced when I was writing the book. I did business in school and I did law too. So I like to look at what are the figures. It's very, very difficult to get people to give you evidence that back any figure they say. So in the whole book, I quoted figures only when it is backed by a different organization. When an artist tells me a figure, I don't write it in the book. Because where is the receipt that shows that figure you are quoting is correct? You understand? In Ghana, people don't document stuff. The reason why I was trying to find what is the most highest selling album in the history of Ghana, in my opinion, I think it is that that Lumbers have been on her album, right? But there is no evidence to that claim, whether it is the highest selling album of all time or not, because we don't keep account of things like that. If she were to give us an account or a budget of what went into making a video, then she can convince me that that video cost 40,000 to make. I remember when I was working with Family
Tree Entertainment.
With a family tree, I worked with Famous Films, right? When I was working with Famous Films, we shot a video for 4S4. Yes, video. You remember that video? Yeah. And they said that video cost them, was it 100,000 or something like that? Wow. They said it was the most expensive. We shot the video. that video, the cost of that video, it was not up to 20% what they mentioned. Charlie, where did they?
It's part of the game. Actually, okay. So I've heard people say that it appears presenters are not doing a good job, to the extent that when some musicians go on their shows, the $40,000 video, and so they ask you a question about whether or not you use $40,000 for a video. How wrong or otherwise is it?
I don't think that question is wrong. That question is topical. An artist, a gospel artist, said they used $40,000 to make their video, and you ask an artist, will you do that investment in your art? That is within the scope of artistry. If they ask them a question, say, if I say, those questions, presenters do that a lot. You know, presenters do that. They ask questions.
So you couldn't get any example.
That's what a lot of. Those type of questions, when presenters ask,
you mean personal questions?
Personal questions which are irrelevant
to their music career.
Okay. If an artist makes a song about a particular topic and you want to ask them a question in relation to that topic, no problem.
Okay.
But if an artist comes into your show and randomly ask them questions that have nothing to do with artistry, I think that is wrong. But asking somebody whether they will spend 40,000 on their video, I don't think that is misplaced.
Vida, you've watched the response of Celestine Donko, you've watched the response of Della. Does it in any way paint a bad image about, one, the industry, about the artists involved? Because there are suggestions that they don't I mean, you've heard a number of comments about all these things. Did they err in their submission?
I think it's a matter of preference. And I'll be. Now, the main thing is, if I have that money, that should tell you that they do not have that kind of money. And even if they do, are they willing to spend it on a video? Una crowd artistic piece, you decide where to place it when it comes to visualizing your creative, if anything, works. I've heard Celestine also the back crying more at home. Yeah. The last obey biscuits. Biscuits and
also be tom more. Obey more. Obey cram more.
That's Celestine.
Yeah.
And the last Alewa.
I mean, your kasafa, how far you can go to invest in woodcraft, and this is like a typical example. I mean, my only issue is that what does it tell fans? You know, it means that they'll also start looking at things that they should invest when it comes to as an artist. You know, because if you are not willing to put ABCKBC into your craft, then they'll start questioning themselves. Is it even worth it to pay for your concert? And exactly. is it worth it to come to maybe your album listening? Is it worth? I mean, people will start questioning. I think they could have just said, oh, me drew honor. I have that money. Now me share my crafts. Now this is how I want to visualize it. The 40,000 way. Why not? Because if you have like a triple, quadruple of that money now, and you feel say investing it in a beboa, essentially. But one thing they say. Yeah, artists need to take advantage of product placement in videos. So before your team sits down,
I've seen a lot of that.
What's my say? Before your team sits down, say you be shooting. Now video no cost no has been taken care of. I was saying infrastructure also. So you place it anyhow. Say a mobile phone now here. There are telephone giants, mobile communication giants, and I say. Techno, Wahawe, see them and tell them, say, my concept now has to do with using mobile phone. Me bring you on board. This is me followers on social media. Me video better in 1 week makes me 1 million views. Makes me I'm trendy to this point. Because you feel say I was say a video no they coach and so be accept your craft. Ain't na your brain. But if you have a team that believes in product placement, no. In music videos, I mean, before you shoot every video, usika you ready dada. Mind you, so say no, digital markets na year so video no so try ye. Na so the two YouTuber, the more I the more than revenue for you. Into so you be out concept na say you the nam ne nama. You will not complain about shooting a quality video.
Nene, your comment on
okay. Let me brag on myself a bit before I make the comment. You see,
are you talking about your book?
You see, I say cover of the book.
You
know, I feel it. See how it feels.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Some can say packaging in there.
Yes. I did the cover of the book digitally somewhere else from where the book was being printed, right? And the cost of the cover of the book is double the cost of the inside of the book. You understand? Because I needed to have the packaging, the image I have painted, that I paid Tilapia and sat with him to create, I needed to pop out for people to see. So I had to do a digital 3D printing of the cover. The cover is 3D printing. You understand? Why? Because in as much as the words in the book are what people are going to read, people should be proud to hold the book. People should be proud to put the book on their shelf. People should be proud to keep the book on their coffee table. Because this is a coffee table book.
Yeah.
People should be proud to put it in their offices. You understand? So you should give people a cover that makes them proud to showcase the book. And so I had to invest money to create that. You understand? As much as inside of the book is what I'm selling. So if you're an artist and you know what you're about, even if you are not going to spend that much money on your creative or your art, when you are on a media platform and someone asks you, will you spend 40,000 on your art? The answer should be, if I have it, yes, I would. You understand? And then should be every artist. I remember I just watched GhanaWeb documentary last week. His first music video, Through the Wire, he said he spent $30,000 on it,
And I remember I was watching a press conference and he said 30,000 should be from my own pocket, not the label's pocket. And you know his last concert he did in last year, the Donda concert, you know he stayed in the stadium for like a week and it was reported that he spent $1 million a day to stay in the stadium. So now his album is out, he's selling the stem player for the album for $200. You can buy the album on Apple Music for $9, but he's selling it for $200. People are buying the stem player for $200. And within 24 hours, he said he makes $2.2 million within 24 hours of when he announced. Why? Because people see his art as something worth investing $200 in. Song that we can listen on Apple Music for, I subscribe for annually. I think it's $15 annually. I've forgotten the amount.
Okay. In conclusion,
I can listen to his music on Apple Music for $15, but people are paying $200 to listen to the music. Why? Because they've seen him, whether it's true or not, make announcements that he's made this money investment into the art, so the art is worth spending big money in this. I have a friend who's a slave queen. He told me something. I say, usually, I'm go Dubai, slave queen for no. Say nice car be a chema. Normally nice car na go take picture. Only to Instagram. When boys are approaching them, the boys approach them, look at them some way. They want to spend more money on them because they look at them as high maintenance. You understand? Because they created a high maintenance impression in the minds of guys. So guys spend that much money on them.
But my focus is on Dela. Her comeback. Masa, don't come and do any by heart videos and come and show us. Tell her.
Oh, but you can do beautiful videos without spending that much money on it.
Of course.
That takes a lot of creativity.
Yeah.
You
and of course, it's something that she mentioned.
We know Bo. If he doesn't have the money, she should go and sit down.
Let me say this. Let me say something in defense of the Lion Celestine. I think it's
quickly.
It shows the amount of belief they have in the business of music. I don't think that they believe that music is worth investing that much money in, because you're not likely to make your returns.
That's your understanding
of
that.
That's what that's what I got from what they said. That they don't believe.
Is her video out? Does she have video on pause some shit?
Celestine's first video, just financial video.
That they are creatives.
The last video.
They are creatives, and that they are creatives who can do videos, quality videos with a lower budget. So why would she spend $40,000 on a music video at her age, at this time of her career?
So she's an ageist on herself.
As in what?
Her taste.
She's an ageist on herself. She doesn't believe that she's.
No, so the less
she's old. She's old, so she don't wear that much investment. That's what she's saying.
No, she's a young girl.
So that's how you decipher.
So she's waiting to be 50 years when you can't really move your hip bone before she do some quality videos for us and thing. Now he says this is a coffee table book.
I say anything.
Open the introduction. With your permission. Yes. My body has other parts. She said as I ogled her boobs intensively while starry-eyed. It was my first time seeing her in all her nude glory. And yeah, now I'm using nude. Since we started dating, it was also my second time with a girl. But she must not know that. In order to conceal my innocence, I thought I should act with confidence. Hey.
This is a coffee table.
He should host moods and
candles. They should have your moods and candles.
My reflection.
I think the introduction is important to the story. I was telling him that.
My reflections.
Okay, so
it's a coffee table book.
Yeah, it's a coffee table book.
Yeah, no me spill coffee
he is a poet. Last time I was sending me poem. Where Jayana used to put your poems on either SoundCloud or something.
Yeah, that's on SoundCloud, Radio Market.
Oh, some nude the guy is good. Yeah.
Charlie,
that's back in the day. Have you recorded poetry in a while? Maybe this I'll record one for.
I think Nenebi is a character like.
Oh, I
mean, I don't. You need to be configured.
I feel like there should be a reality show on my life. Very, very expensive. And it costs 40,000.
You have written a book about the industry. Write a book about your life.
And your introduction is a boobs.
Boobs now. They are Japan. Thank you for watching.
I love boobs.
This episode of No, I'm closing.
Let me something about boobs.
No.
Let me something about boobs. Because you want that boobs, let me something about boobs.
Patrol.
What? See, when they gave birth to you, what's the first thing they put in your mouth?
Nenebi is a columnist. He's an author, a lawyer in the making. His book, everything that happened and the people who made it is out. So grab a copy. No, he's not a lawyer in the making. He has a degree in
I have a degree in law.
Actually, yes. But the Dushuwa Boatin is a columnist, yes, an entertainment analyst, and PRO for 3 music awards. But I'm a voice no. Munya in Wana Onye Ejuma and Fama 3 music awards. Celestine Donko's EP is out. It's Testimony Therapy EP. Nenebi, thank you. So Testimony Therapy EP is out. So get a copy. Gifty Empress Gifty's video is also out. Go and watch it so that the $40,000, Obenya Baby na just said they out there chat nice video said Yamai. The last video is also out, Pour Some Sugar, and so on so Kona Koshebi. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. It's a wrap.
Rockstar made it.
You for know you are on my mind. It go be a happy day, number 1 all the way. Oh my love, oh my love, oh my love, oh my love. Pour some sugar on me, pour some sugar on me, my baby. Pour some sugar on me, pour some sugar on me, my love. Pour some sugar on me.
Enra oko EP onimu ameche English Premier League na Arsenal ene team e friend say Wolves e de boani e ma game no konire na Arsenal ahye mienu ama Wolves ateka mu ba ko na Ghana ni Abranti osi akadema Arsenal Thomas Partey enra dapa ni behwe mfimfi wa de ma Arsenal odi agro ye pa e ma ne modern bono ade a ekonkan na oko social media Arsenal fans abonabaso omo say Abranti ne modern bono ade free AFCON ba no Danny Denyina no kosoro entienra nese Partey nkofo enso abonabaso ye pa na enra ye kan obi a nese ono nso etimi eje ball nese ball recoveries a Partey ene ye kese eno 13 ball recoveries eno ono nso etimi ye kan mo twen wo park ne so Partey na twen dodo nese 3 ena Partey enso etimi etwen ya enra de na pe ni behwe Arsenal midfield wo Partey aje ball so ma Arsenal winning by 2-1.
Essentially, Captain Smart, Edin Sembi, Atuja, Ochumuse, and was there any manimia, a young Masha Bedreni, Emma Sin Central, Kennedy, Japan, and a chief of staff, a Acosta Frema or Sayo Pari, and was a national security operative, that me Cocochiomo, and the manimia, a San Soma Bo Chrono. Now, some for Becca and Sentimo Natchez, Kennedy, Japan, and Morocco as a radio sources or Moodin Kitan or D2 Sana, a year or no, and a chief of staff, or Mama, a year, Sarah Joseph. for 120,000 Ghana cedi and sana chese wotumi aba imrahye bedwam ene sansem fo de okan de manfo e kan bi pan no ene Captain Smart ejina so eche mu sa ono kra on ti asio esanso no we ohun dwuma bia chese adwo asafo etumi edi ama oman Ghana sa wano aduane o sa wakọ nsuo sa watonta de ama Ghana emu bia ohun chese adwo asafo ayesa ayi no tie kokuru oman ni sika de akwa no se onipa ba akọmfa emfa mbo na taso o se ono odwon an ti ase ono ni kire mu se efiti mampani so ebepem ono Captain Smart so no chese obi aye kronfo intin manim ya was the kokko chief of staff and afi aye Kennedy Japan.
It's important I diffuse some fake news which is being circulated that I granted an interview to say that Honorable Adwoa Safo received permission from me to absent herself from Parliament on health grounds. I want it to be known by all that I have not granted any such interview anywhere. I have not said anything like that anywhere. And the votes and proceedings of the House are so loud that she is absent without permission for all those days. That is on the votes and proceedings of the House. It's not the Speaker who determines who is present and who is absent. No. The votes and proceedings will capture those are present, those are absent, and those who are absent with permission. And so please, I received a lot of calls from a number of media men on that issue. And that's why I don't want to delay in letting the world know that I have not said any such thing anywhere. Please. And tomorrow I'm going to address the issue of absentee MPs very, very clearly for everybody to understand.
Speaker, I have to indulge you. I will not be here when you go to commencement of public business. But I mentioned this matter to Speaker that I wanted to invoke Order 72 to raise a matter of urgent public importance, which is to call on the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Interior, Minister for Finance, to work together to take urgent steps to ensure the safety of Ghanaian students in Ukraine and to work towards the immediate evacuation of Ghanaian students, those studying in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this we must do to assure the students and their parents that they are Ghanaian and they deserve our support. So it's a matter of urgent public importance. I'm indulging you that we raise this matter because the Minister of Finance must make money readily available to the Foreign Minister. We do know the number of Ghanaian students in Ukraine, quite a number studying medicine, probably some even sponsored by members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Ukraine is very worrying. We won't go into the diplomatic matters related to Ukraine for now until we are guided what Ghana's foreign policy position would be on that matter. But given the situation of a near war, a hot war in Ukraine, and Russia not yielding to the diplomatic maneuvers of the West, particularly that led by the French President Macron and even
We watch an interesting game in the Ghana Premier League Super Clash between Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko at the Accra Sports Stadium. And though the game ended goalless, the fans were happy because the quality of play on that particular day was awesome. A lot of people believe that certain players earned the right to be in the Black Stars. Richard Atta, Richmond Lamptey, and a host of others were mentioned as possible candidates for the Black Stars. But who do you want to see in the Black Stars from the Ghana Premier League? Let me hear from you in the comment section. But stay with me as I interact with some football fans on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Leshen and welcome to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Alright, so we're back to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. After the super clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko, a lot of Ghanaians believe that goalkeepers like Ibrahim Danlad and Richard Atta should be given the opportunity to man the post of the Black Stars ahead of Jojo Walcott, who plays in the Division 4 in English football. Today, we are circled to get the views of football fans. Mwakwaba eba GhanaWeb TV so. Pacho Hearts no Kotoko game no mo boy no edi kan so wani.
Oh mini about na efe pa so hwe prayers a mo ball na. Ngasa what park no so na so tu eska hwe ball na to say one moka. Dia otu aye no anya ho fa so.
Okay. Nipa ba kwa ye pon ball no obi aye ball ni din etitu Kotoko no mo ka se o senya Richard Atanka. Enya Richard Atanka. Dudo na ezu se Richard Atako Afcon na ya man na ndabi no. Wa kire se goal no oya de che Jojo Walcott. Enti e game aye ni Nigeria be bo no. Yen fa Richard Atta entu po no mo no mo ya adwen.
Oh ni am da se me no mo ya adwen pa. Because me hwe ball ana no goalkeeper no e chede bo a Hearts of Oak a se Kotoko lucky na na man ka se na nka Kotoko tim share Hearts but because of goalkeeper nti no am I never be brave then aka chire but e try omo for start off for no your friend is saying President Cup on the 4th no ye be yo omo ho adwuma Accra here.
Enti Atta
yeah ka goalkeeper na sem dia ugi sa Hearts goalkeeper no na wo de toto sa for the scene na o free top ho ba no ho a
Jojo Walcott
o mesa ko your friend saying goalkeeper we ba bia ba yes Ghana ha no o say ye ne for the scene for na nam tem bia no adwuma na ye no ba bia no kware nda na ye fa nto je ninu abedi ama ono so nya bia di no ye mpe no ba de ono ko abedi atem bia no obe friend boss no no ko na de bia na ye ni wo ho because ye kan kwara ka sa goalkeeper we say no ka ye na fe kwara na ye sa Hearts goalkeeper no but the aba no ya ba wi ye hwe de wo ye nim na sa goalkeeper mo san friend obi mo Ghana ha na mo se Ghana mpene for ball na no mo ani nje ho because mo ani je ball no pa sa goalkeeper we no de oba no we no won't fa we ntoto we ho da.
All right, so Richard Atta has proven that he is better than Jojo Walcott, who was given the opportunity to man the post for the Black Stars in the 2021 AFCON. He is calling on the authorities of Ghana Football Association to make sure that Richard Atta gets the nod over Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Alright, so we're still doing the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week's episode, we are asking which players in the local scene deserve to be in the Black Stars. A lot of people are calling for Richard Atta to be given the nod ahead of Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Seko is the location. We are here to find out from football fans the observations after the super clash between Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko. Alright, Bossu, Hearts of Kotoko game, who is saying?
Bossu, born in the fantastic game. I born on a born effort. Obie do my dance as born now, born an effort. Neo winner. Say, also no Kotoko team, you create me. I did me the air blaster. And I, none higher.
You met me the air blaster. I was. Binum H. Say. Richard Atta, any kind has no Kotoko support one.
Me support to Hearts.
Who support Hearts? Kotoko for say Richard Atanti and I went to me answer.
And I know they no cry. Now last save you cry. Keep areas keep best keepers no keepers are hen a bit my save no. Okay. Yeah, down born or chain no there or no here you where you best keeper no. It will deserve say or yeah plaster no my wife. So keeper near coffee near agrobin
Jojo Walcott.
Agrobin
yeah for Jojo
in Richard Atana okay my download no crack to keeper no crack down no born or die no and you grow. Yeah, the ono yeah the Richard Ataya first keeper near the download no I second keeper. Now Muntal so deserve it. So some Bob Blaster.
Muntai
oh I saw about baby Bob Blaster. I born up or board down no and you be any bit my board Sabon. Or we say you know yeah then. Acquire best experience no honor. I look it into somewhere you been here for me then.
Richard Atta deserves to be the first choice goalkeeper ahead of Jojo Walcott, and Ibrahim Danlad should also be given the opportunity to be the deputy Black Stars goalkeeper behind Richard Atta. Mamefa boss, Mamefa also emblem. Game na course no 0-0. Na meet expectations.
Oh, born the Koye pa. Na se Black Stars no ebe gina dia. Agile there union nuane abo ma we.
Adentia.
Unso mama mo senior man. Cause yen kwala no bi nya obi be kunu ho ma heden ama timu no be omo no ama ho sini ama nya bo a bo a so bo no atwo to the live no me so me gina street atwo to nti emi no difference be ne dey mu bo azi atwo to nti no bo ntimi ntwo to nti omo yom mi no firi wono ma no mo nya timu no so omo be fa has no kotoko players ni nya dey
nti has no kotoko players no hwam na wo bo mu din say yen form ko Black Stars.
Oh, Richard Atta what no deserve it.
Richard Atta.
I feel you deserve it.
Richard Atta na free.
Omo deserve.
Okay, boss mama fa umbrem. Game no edi kan support team ben.
Oh, media kotoko. Phobia.
O support kotoko.
So ati ase ban mo akra di meza mo fans. To phobia all the way.
O support kotoko, but Uma has fans. Kotoko for no say Richard Atta enti no mentumi ansha has no mo ya adwen.
No dey so far make say yampa
enti yampa no copy mu Black Stars.
Fast kwa was a twen so. Once Ghana di ball no ma ya was as a football no. Almost a Niska. Oh, but di ball was thank you na go football na team. What mean sorry prekopa no kazo we say was some build team ni. Cause we Afcon e kobo ya. As a Ghana as any players. We check Ghana pa Ghana. Bombo as any player there you any so no ya ni na so na ball ba oni ni ajo don match wotu. Say mo kwan you to board down na watch wotu abeda wa kofa.
Nti e game na in Nigeria be bo no.
Nigeria be say
ka say yama tandem.
Ani o meda. Na say keeper no keeper Ghana keeper no.
Jojo Walcott.
Omujaneka there.
Omujaneka. O ja appearance fee be 20,000.
Hey. Wow. Ani dem come to match you. Was sound rough.
By patenso
wasan keeper no Ghana keeper wasan
mini we no what can say Nigeria be say atade mu de omo say
ani e benya vim ba ma jojo be dam dia on be gu be 5 Nigeria na un ti ni no chebo mu bo
no
ani e players ne don bo ne sa don kwa ko body a ani ye nya bo ne bo ne mfa point ne ma home. All right, the Super Eagles will beat the Black Stars if Jojo Walcott is the one who is going to man the post for the Black Stars, but he will support the team to beat the Super Eagles if Richard Atta is given the opportunity to keep the post for the Black Stars.
Richard Atta no oya there pa na ba kono mini be rom ko fa no fi so free o so e dey o wa be gu ye ni mu ase poto kra enti Black Star no e say e share hu ye ni e share players e don bebem Richard Atta ni say oya bono mode ma has ena player bit say Jordan Ayu ni wana dede Ayu sane from omama bad luck about Black Star pa Omu say you omu fi blaster.
Say you omu show mo. I for one bra.
One say old players ni bi o sana. Omu experience counts. You understand what I'm saying? Experience counts and old players no be old jinemu or vim because or senior and seniority no so counterpart of football. You understand experience and no county. Muntari say on your bad player. Prince Boateng Mone, Antoniana Mone, Eyimunano, they are not bad players. Still no me say I'm about Blaster near fresh local players to say has 4 players ni Kotoko, Liberty 4 players be the join your more. I think say Blaster because so. Now say they are you ni Jordan are you no. Yeah you movie Blaster. I'm say Blaster no.
But who ball Liberty professionals? Almost see almost Division 1.
Who say I'm Division 1 who say still no. Your players be more. You can say you form players ni na brim. But at least your 1-2 players be more. We know only able to testify say they are good. At least no your fresh are 1-2 players about Blaster be ko enim. Na ye dey are you ni Jordan you enfi Blaster. Because some have bad luck. Our Blaster very big bad luck. Me catch o me upa ma ye yo mu fi o. Na ye hwe ade e be dey e be si wo Blaster. What I say?
All right, so he believes that he is saying that Atta should be given the opportunity to play in the Black Stars. Pacho, my member wants to do not know if he say my house in Kotoko players in the Quine, no could be room Black Stars team, no more yagi.
Masa me no more yagi, Paco Pachi say. We put a gun Hanma, Bola Obon, or Chedo Abichi. So, na akwesi Casimutino. Do Nimbo no Cran Fanco. Nako for Bonimbo. You're pushing your dinner. The Panaco to Papa Susana Saba. So, and to me, they come to say, Bianca Biko Timo, Ecofani Pamino, Timo Necofani Pami and so on. Now I can come up, you are Trino Musa, Copu say. It been now 4 squad. I feel near mental, no, I don't know more honor. And tell me, I don't know, it proves why, and who's a day, they won't call for a domoko. The Uncle Fire will be above 4th division, or betray, so Omedego, and Magana. A day. That's another thing of Fakuma. So, young Coboni and Corrida. It's a way they could go see. Then you first stage. And yan. There ain't no Moses in here. I'm a go, so no one jumping for now. You will pray a Macofanaba, one praying a Cofanaba, one praying a Cofanaba. Nia Giska or Oconaba, Minubichemian, Ubuamobu, Minubichemian. Oh, yes, Ariano. You know you're setting now. So, and Tomu die. Oh, nothing, keep us in the snow. Them penny for best of 4 and I tribulations and train woman, and the money we are near train woman. Never cheerful. Gana Hayama, or my deep bantini for phonic Bancunia dia, whom we do, and one day one day I'll cabbage. And when I'm better.
This time around, yeah, I think improvement about leg, especially Ghana leg improvement will be above with. Okay, could be the president, you know what I'm saying? We're improving again for sure.
Players been and almost perform yeah. Who's to say the from where Black Stars?
By this time Black Stars, especially Alassane, Mohamed Alassane, that guy be very perfect. That guy be very good. And so my friend by this time, any as on my left back, on my turn Kosa, another good player because we share blasters. The left back, the Aquano, almost reading you, almost you, almost I'm telling you. And Aquano, I never sometimes they are Ghanaians, medium way. We share Spain need other countries now, and your leagues in the countries now. We share the experienced players, be 8. No more the local boys, be 3 and 4. It boosts your confidence. Send a bear on new worker. On move to me, Gina, by Ghana or the never call, no, the never see bench. Confidence, Ben, share over sure, yes, idea, almost far house of full captain, call South Africa, share. You was shaking, no shaky, because on money no car bench, no money there, by some by 2 matches, 3 matches, and I go put your on solid. Only more
into Richard Attack.
Richard, another player, Richard Attack. On yes, a BBS in the question is all the pool. By this time, anytime.
I saw a moment Jojo Walcott tonight.
I saw tonight. Obi ball Premier League, Obi ball Division 2. Abroaching a difference and then Division 4. Abroaching a difference and then the guy is very good. Until then, prevent has second keeper. No, another good. I'm telling you, with the saves, which one saves now like Kenza Kofa, the what we anymore say I'm Richard Kenzo, I say I'm telling you. And has one another keeper, and also alone. Massa, that guy is another stopper. I'm telling you.
Richard Kinsey should be sacked for bringing Jojo Walcott to come and keep the post for the Black Stars. Today, we're asking the football fans, the players from the local scene, they think will fit into the Black Stars. Bossu, Super Clash in a course, has no performance in the same.
Oh, performance good because Sunday, no say where no cry changing, who say Ghana. Premier League no asan baba because now moral na world Ghana no is very high. Nti who say blaster ene sorry Kotoko ene how to folk no who say moral no tough. Nti manage
boy in way players be na ombody no e so we ni a obe pese ka obe hu omo blasters.
Oh, players bebre beat say both side and side ni now players bebre o ma say e flow mo blaster.
But maybe say Kotokonia go support the way.
Oh, me had to folk fan. But me share and you follow mo be play sir.
Kotoko has fun be play ni Kotoko fun say. E so marriage na tie game aye na Nigeria be go. E so no dey.
Because who guy no savings or na very tough. Because Bob I could get who's the born as secret you cry but of course you ko yi born it who say keep away near the tournament by nye keep bia I say ska DNT obefa obi say o mesin fa no tournament abla player keeper o betimi adapoma Ghana ye ni beje it's so good
and I'm from Muntali. I'm telling you, see. I'm telling you. Very good. Blasters is saying you for the I'm telling you, share. Blasters Murphy, when you be Obama like killer pass, a panic critical Obama pass now. My friend Mutali.
Okay, boss, my father wants to bring plus no more local scene. The end, I will be quite saying for Mura Blasters.
Ghana, the player being ready to say you Blasters.
Will be anywhere said
player Pepe being no Ghana Premier League.
But how much I say goalkeeper rich that all yeah that do
oh and they say Kasa. I no more the ball. I no more muntimi. I no
but no Kasa Jojo you go kwada e wa phone ye na ye hu ye. And na rich that tell you
Afcon na e call and Blaster anya hwe. Enye keeper ne fault players na anya hwe. Say players ne nya dia keeper no ntimi nya hwe. Enye keeper ne fault.
To the Okase Obi no Ghana Premier League
Derby Obi no deserves a Bobo Blaster.
Alright, so opinions they say are like noses. Then I will end with you. You support Asante Kotoko. So let me ask you this. Give me a course, no. Kotoko for fans in the beach say Richard Atta and Nuntina to me and say Accra has the folk. You know me arguing. And
you know me arguing baby. Because keep on in a bomb, and keep on the cars that you go on.
And you keep on come back to bed. Come back to bed for until you know Mom can say more Blasters.
And no dear, support 100% of them. Because on go or die, and it's been as our friends. Do you want to meaning or Ghana an idiot? When you're sure. I'm in Tigana penny for nothing. We'll be out of our time some other blaster. Do you want to go to the one where Mimmy didn't cry? Born and one crowd, both different now. The first girl go for it, say, from say. And go for it, for Omni, a show for like. I'm not good anymore. Me too, I'm doing that. Oh, we're from some cameras. It's media. On the car, you're parking in Titan. You're free blast time.
Why not?
Blaster team no. Me de nipa tu na be so mu film. Enya ni obam. Wa woni mu bi ni ni. O ma ja koso.
All right, so it seems that the streets want Richard Atta to be imposed for the Black Stars in the game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What do you also think? Let us know. As it stands now, everything shows that Jojo Walcott will still keep his position in the Black Stars post. But we are still speaking to the football fans here at Circle. Then we'll find out if they agree with the popular request that Jojo Walcott should be replaced with Richard Atta. Bosu, Menwakwaba, has to go to a game now, share no call saying.
Oh, I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game left for pa.
Where players bear now. I'm more than most any pa.
Oh, so far there. Kotoko number 6, Lamptey. Lefty guy.
Richmond Lamptey.
And a has. Omu defense no. Mo alaka. Boy ne there, minim there I am penning for no. That be am first man kotra ben. Boy ya wo boy 100%. We bought consecutive 3 seasons at twice one. Season be on flop weather. And who will play with so other time more chance no. Anthony say Ghana, Obia man who so a Bakina Krana was a Ghanaian player or Kobobo identity because of Ska. Until California slum. Players no more ban. I'm proctor to a moye, not among from Blasters.
Into what they all corner. Richmond Lamptey, any Malasa, some Malasa, or man fan a bear me up, papa. When Dina Swatcher, defenders say Bob Blaster, only Bob Chomuna, no crown penny for Nanka. Only Bobo. Good player. Richmond Lamptey and Mohamed Al-Hassan to him should be invited to play in Ghana's upcoming game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This is the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week we are asking you, after watching the super clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko, tell us the players who impressed you the most and you believe that they can make a case in the Black Stars. A lot of the fans believe that this is the time that Richard Atta should be imposed ahead of Jojo Walcott, who plays in the English Division 4 for Swindon Town Football Club. My name is Joel Leshen, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Until we meet again, do enjoy the rest of your weekend, do enjoy your week, and then we meet again. It's bye for now.
As part of my experience here at the Royal Kuzi Hotel is a safari experience. You guys are coming along. Let's see the animals here. I hear there are lions here in the safari. Did you know that? I'm yet to see it for myself. So let's go. Let's experience the place. I like the view. I love the Wests. I love the Upper Wests. Let me know in the comment section if you're enjoying my Upper West series so far. Let's go. Let's see what they got.
Safari. Yeah, it's really a wildlife ranch. We have wild animals where we are keeping them on ranches. But before we start the tour and then everything, I'll be your tour guide for this morning. And I'm in the person of Halid.
Are we going to be walking?
Yeah, it's really a three-whole project. We are still to have an official launch of the whole thing.
Okay.
Maybe when that is done, our safari cars and then everything is already in.
Okay.
So we'll not be doing this walking tour. And then we just have a drive tour.
It's because we are the pioneers.
Yeah.
You see?
We are the pioneers.
Exclusives when you roll with us.
So yeah.
So what's in this here?
This is our hippo camp. This camp is referred to as our hippo camp.
Are the hippos in here?
Yeah, they are in.
Wow, the hippos are here.
Yeah, they are in.
Where are they? Are they big?
They are big, but they are really young ones.
Oh, okay. How old are they?
They are just 20 months old.
Oh, okay.
This camp is electrocuted. It's electrocuted because of the hippopotamus. Yeah.
Into under Article 103(3) of the Constitution, as Parliament may determine. So if the House determines that the Public Accounts Committee should go ahead and investigate and do inquiry, we'll be prepared to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is in the interest of justice that litigations must come to an end. It is the interest of justice for litigation to come to an end. And for all political debates, when there are pronouncements on same, we must move on. That notwithstanding, since it's your pleasure for us to seek clarity, I may have to take this opportunity to clarify that the grounds of my preliminary objection was, among others, anchored on Article 187 of the Constitution. And for the avoidance of doubt, I shall proceed with the provisions of 187, which provision Mr. Speaker relied on in his ruling. There shall be an Auditor General of Ghana whose office shall be a public office. The public account of Ghana and of all public offices, including the courts, the central and local government administrations, of the universities and public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or other body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported on by the Auditor General. For our purpose, I will proceed to 5 and 6. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in Clause 2 of this article relates, submit its report to Parliament, and shall in that report draw attention to any irregularities in the account audited and to any other matter which in its opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. 6. Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. The mainstay of Mr. Speaker's ruling, which ruling sustained my objection, was to the effect that per these provisions, the application by Honorable Kesel Atufosi, which application was seeking to move the House to set up a committee to look into possible irregularities, can best be resolved here. In any event, in his application, he argued that the 2020 expenditure must also be investigated. So basically, Mr. Speaker throughout dismissed the application. He dismissed it in limine. He dismissed it in limine and said that the application was rather coming too early in the day, but as a parliament, our 103 constitutional raison d'etre has not been ousted by 187. 187 rather reinforces that provision because procedure and prudence move together. Therefore, you patiently wait. The very irregularities that you seek to investigate are best done by the Auditor General. And when he is done with his work, he would bring the report to us to debate. If we are not okay, we set up a committee. It means you, as the minority, deputy minority leader, Dublin as the chair of the PAC, would have the opportunity to peruse it. In any event, I don't think an impression is being created that the COVID expenditure cannot be part of the audit of the Auditor General. I don't think any member of this House is suggesting that Auditor General cannot touch the expenditure. And for the record, the Auditor General looks at all the expenditure at the various ministries and agencies, and Article 1872 is clear on that. So I think we have to put this matter to a peaceful rest until time shall be no more. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you want to appeal the decision of Mr. Speaker, you know what to do. We love debate. We would not come for a debate.
Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very well. Mr. Speaker, he's engaging me off record.
So you don't have to respond.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, if you say so. Mr. Speaker, this man intimidated me when he was the chairman of Finance Committee. He still wants to intimidate me. I don't know why. Mr. Speaker, and his beard, yes, it's now white. Oh, Menyosia. Mr. Speaker, so that's about it. On the levy. Mr. Speaker, we've been engaging. We know we have been engaging. Mr. Speaker, as he's my friend and my kinsman, he shouldn't be the one to draw the sword. He shouldn't be the one. Against the murderer, he should shut the door. But he's bearing it himself, as he's my friend and my kinsman. Mr. Speaker, I won't mention any name. Mr. Speaker, the point is, we are engaging. And yesterday, as my respected colleague from your constituency, Bole, Mr. Speaker, I once enjoyed this debate and I keep going over that debate. He heard Mr. Speaker. And this morning he himself has quoted Mr. Speaker. So that means the needful must be done. Let's ensure that the engagement become fruitful. Mr. Speaker, I think we've resolved all matters. Mr. Speaker may now govern. Mr. Speaker, govern. Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the Foreign Affairs Minister, yes, I had a positive indication from my boss, who is now in, that the Foreign Affairs Minister will come next week to brief us. So, the State of the Nation address, it is for us as Parliament to, Mr. Speaker, Parliament will engage the presidency on a message. It is a message on the State of the Nation. It's not State of the Nation address. A message. The message will come. It is us. It is us. Mr. Speaker, I'm under training. Mr. Speaker, my professor is in. So I'm no more naked. So, Mr. Speaker, it is for us to engage the presidency. It's not the presidency that's refusing to come. The presidency is ever ready. Mr. President is ready. Just as we are ready with the e-levy. We are ready with the e-levy. But take your medical leave
go for your reviews. We are ready, but we are engaging. Let's finish the engagement. Mr. Speaker, you may govern.
Honorable members, the business statement as discussed is hereby adopted. Honorable members, let's now turn to item number 6. Item number 6, question time. We have the Honorable Minister for Ashanti Region, who has been here since morning to come and answer a question that has been posed to him. So let's turn to question P3, question number 507. Question number 507. That stands in the name of a member for Saudai, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiama. I couldn't mention that one. So, Honorable, the Minister is available. You may now ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I see that, Mr. Speaker, I'm still glowing in your birthday jubilation mood. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for the Ashanti region under what circumstances were military men sent to Kumasi Girls High School at night. I thank you.
Yes, respectful Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I sat and listened to my colleagues debating, it brought back nostalgic memories of my 12 years in the House. I wish I could also debate, but that possibility is not there. And I'm grateful to the Honorable Member for Southside for bringing me back to this House. Mr. Speaker, my work here is simple: to respond to a question posed by Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamepo, Member of Parliament for Southside, and my friend, asking the Minister for Ashanti region under what circumstances were military men sent to Kumasi Girls Senior High School at night. Mr. Speaker, on the 16th July 2021, according to the headmistress of Kumasi Girls Senior High School, the school received a letter from the Deputy Director General, Q&A, that is Quality and Access, on Child's official platform informing all heads of senior high schools to permit Form 3 students to go on mid-semester break from Tuesday, 20th July 2021 to 25th July 2021. However, those who will not be ready to go should be allowed to stay and be fed. The Form 3 students were assembled on Monday morning, the 19th of July 2021, and were informed of the mid-semester break, which they received with jubilations. However, in the evening of the same day, another letter was received from the Deputy Director General, Q&A, on the same child's official platform, asking heads of senior high schools to stop students from going home because of the absence in COVID-19 cases. Again, the Form 3 students were informed of the new development. The latter information did not go down well with them. So the students started throwing stones and sticks while singing and chanting, "We want to go home, we want to go home." In the process, They started destroying breaker buckets, dustbins, and other COVID-19 material that have been placed at vantage points on the school compound. Some of the students marched to the residence of the headmistress, singing and chanting, "We want to go home," and throwing stones onto the roof of the bungalow, while others moved towards the school main gate and car park. Sensing danger, the headmistress quickly reported to the Bushen Police Command, who initially sent 4 police personnel to maintain peace and order in the school. Later, they were joined by 2 other police personnel. The police instructed the students to move to their dormitories. They refused to go, so the police started chasing them, which made them run helter-skelter. Reluctantly, and still throwing stones and hooting, they eventually returned to their dormitories. Ultimately, calm was restored. When the incident was ongoing, when the incident was going on, the control station, which is the joint headquarters of Operation Calm Life at the regional police station, transmitted on the police network that some students of Kumasi Girls Senior High School were rioting and destroying properties in the school. Consequently, an Operation Calm Life patrol vehicle, which had 4 soldiers and 2 civil police, monitored the transmission and proceeded to the scene to help restore law and order. On arrival of the patrol team, civil police patrols were already at the scene and normalcy had been restored. The patrol team therefore withdrew to continue with their patrols. Actually, military personnel were not specifically invited to the police, but it was part of their normal Operation Calm Life duties. During the incident, 3 tutors were hit with stones. According to the headmistress, no one reported assault or injury of any student to the authorities. However, as students were running helter-skelter, it was possible there could be some injuries. Calm has since been restored and school activities are going on smoothly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable, I hope it's an elaborate answer. So, no further question.
Speaker, I do have supplementary. I do.
Let's hear it.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, if the contents of paragraph 5 of the minister's answer states that the military were not specifically invited to the school, but they came as part of their normal Operation Calm Life duties. And so the question this House will want to ask is, what is the scope of operations for the Operation Calm Life operational team in Kumasi?
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Operation Calm Life involves patrol teams, joint patrol teams of military and police to ensure safety of all Ghanaians. So normally they move around. Patrol teams are not static at a single place. They move around. And any time there's transmission of security threats anywhere, the closest team moves in to solve the problem or to make sure calm and order are restored. So their main operation to ensure that there's peace, there's law and order in this country. And they are not stationary. These are patrol teams, joint patrol teams. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, this event
traumatized some students and some parents. Indeed, I was called by some parents in my constituency concerning the matter. That was why you see that I'm filing the question. And as adolescents, some of these things, the impact can have some adverse effects. So I want to find out,
as the regional minister, whether you directed the head of the school or the management to meet with the students to debrief them regarding the events of the night.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The following day, before the students left, the headmistress met them. Now, even the police, they did not, all of them did not leave. Two were left on campus to ensure that maybe the rioting and the crisis do not reoccur. So the next morning, in the presence of the police, the headmistress and the house staff addressed all the students before those who wanted to leave left the campus. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Honorable, I'll give you your last.
I won't trouble my friend any further. I want to commend him for the efforts made and also to urge him so that we don't experience such. But I'm sure it was a miscommunication. A letter says go home, another letter says stay. And adolescents can react to those things. So I thank you for coming.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for Kitty South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question reminds me of my going to St. Louis Secondary School. I went to secondary school when I was 11 years old. And I can imagine that if I was there and the police, the security agencies come, how traumatized I would have been. I want to, a catastrophe before I say, Eugene, thou shalt not. Mr. Speaker, I want the regional minister to consider involving or urging the heads of the secondary schools to consider involving past students in dealing with some of the issues instead of the level to which they go. Because I recall that St. Louis Secondary School also had the military in our school. And the feedback to us past students was terrifying. We would want to support you in managing the numbers that we have in the secondary schools now. We were 360 when I was there. Now even the Form 3s alone are over 2,000. So I imagine what you're going through and what the headmistresses and headmasters are going through. But I'm sure that we can find a more amicable way of addressing the needs and the concerns that the students present. I imagine that you and I probably, if we are not in the same, you're probably older than me, but those of us who went in the 70s, went to secondary school in the 70s and the 80s, what we experienced is not what the children are experiencing now. So that in itself can be stressful for the children. So involving the military in the affairs now leaves a sad taste in my mouth. So please, let's consider involving other people, stakeholders as well. Thank you.
Yours is not even a question, isn't it? Please, it's a question time. So if you don't have a question, then we discharge the Honorable Minister. So it's not time for comment, just question. So Honorable Member for Wa West.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to thank my friend, Honourable Dafema, for raising a very important question that has to do with security. Honourable Minister, in your question, if I may read that portion that I want to ask a question on for you. On arrival of the patrol team, civil police patrols were already at the scene and normalcy had been restored. Honourable Minister, you will bear with me that Anytime you find men and women in uniform, they are under command and control and do not necessarily just respond to radio messages. If there's a radio message, there will be an instruction of which particular team will respond to that particular situation. What did you do as RESEC chairman when you realized that the presence of military on the campus alone was so traumatizing to the young girls because they had gone there without any instructions? Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the previous intervention, you see, when you are dealing with security issues, and it's not a protracted security issue, you cannot say, I'm going to consult stakeholders. Students are rioting, they started destroying properties, it could have affected human lives. That wasn't the time to go and consult those students. It was impossible. So you have to deal with the security situation there and then and make sure that calm is restored. In situations where we have protracted security issues, that's why we can consult the stakeholders, but this one is not possible. All right. First, you have to know the mandate of the Operation Calm by patrol teams. The moment they get the transmission, it's another, it's instruction. The closest patrol team must move in. Because it's more like a rapid deployment team to act quickly and instantly and restore normalcy wherever any security is undermined. So that one, it doesn't require a regional minister who, by law, is the chairman of the Regional Security Council to go and give order before they go. So that is the case. So this one, they don't need special invitation before they can go to any place where there's security risk. For instance, if you ring a police station, a police command, that armed robbers are attacking you, and goes on the police transmission network, the closest Operation Calm live team should move to your place, not to wait for any other command. So that is the nature of the operations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you want to have a bite? Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the minister, when the situation in the school calmed down, or when a peace was restored, as the regional minister, did you go to the school to speak to the students because something triggered something? Did you go there as the minister? What did you tell them? Or if you didn't go, why?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. I went to the school the following day. Then when I went there, the headmistress had already calmed down the situation. She had had discussions with the students, and most of the students were even leaving campus. That wasn't the appropriate time to recall them because it could have degenerated in the previous crisis that we had. Thank you very much.
Yes, Niwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out from the minister that beyond the police and the military going there to restore calm, have you taken any steps beyond that to actually find out, to sit with the school administrator to find out the underlying causes? Because some of the reasons we are citing right now could only be a trigger. There may be real underlying issues for which the students behave the way they did. And it's important that we understand the students and why they behave the way they did beyond the reasons that have been espoused. Have you taken any steps to do that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
As much as I agree that in some security situations, you might have remote causes and immediate causes. For this particular instance, it was clear. Students had been asked that they were going on their semester break,
and another information comes in and says that no, you can no longer go. This doesn't require any further study or investigation into the issue. It's a straightforward issue, and it doesn't require further investigation. Thank you very much.
Yes, honorable members, I would like to, on behalf of all of you, thank the regional minister for coming all the way from Osekrum to come and answer Kumasi, to come to answer a question from a member. Honorable, we are so grateful. We thank you for attending upon the house, and you are hereby discharged. Leader, do we move to item number 7 or?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know of statements that you have, but with respect, if we could get to item listed as 8, and do 8A before coming back to 7. If there are any statements, then you can take them.
Shall we take the 8B as well?
Speaker, the chairman of the finance committee is unavailable. I'm not too sure that they finished that. So we can take the 8A.
Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to page number 3 on today's paper. Page number 3, at the commencement of public business, item listed number 8. Then we move to 8A, the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Speaker, if I may crave your indulgence to present the paper on behalf of the Minister responsible for local government, decentralization and rural development. 8A.
Very well.
Registration of Births and Deaths Regulation 2022.
Honorable members, the regulation has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. Honorable members, we now turn to item number 8. Item number 7, I beg your pardon, statements. The statement we are about to read stands in the name of a member for K2 South on International Mother Language Tongue Day. K2 South, International Mother Language Tongue Day. Honorable member, you may have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if you give me a minute, I'll come back to it. Real quick. It was accepted before. It's on my phone, so I'm trying to retrieve it. If you give me a minute. No, it was accepted 2 days ago, but I was not called, and I've not been informed that it will be taken today. But it's a very important statement, and so I'll make it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
So it means we are not ready.
I am ready, Mr. Speaker.
Members don't even have copies. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the statement, whether it's a commemorative one. If it is commemorative, fair and fine. But if it's an issue-based statement, which will require contributions, then of course I want to suggest that members avail copies so that they're able to contribute. Otherwise, you can't just be reading from your phone. It's most unorthodox. So I was thinking that if it's issues-based, if it's an issue-based.
Honourable members, please let's listen to the leader. I mean, there's a lot of.
As I was saying, that if it is a commemorative statement, it could be taken. If, on the other hand, it's an issue-based statement, then I will please require of you to let members have copies to study and then be able to make informed contributions to that. Reading from your phone, certainly, when members don't have a copy of the text, certainly is not the best.
Mr. Speaker, it's commemorative. I did share the copies, but because it wasn't called, I'm sure members don't have it. But I can have it sent down in 5 minutes.
Is it for
commemorative?
Today? Is it today? Which day does it fall? Which day does it fall?
Monday.
Coming Monday.
No, it fell on Monday, and it was admitted for Tuesday, but it was not called. But I still appeal that because it's relevant, I be allowed to read the statement. And so I'm seeking guidance from you to give me 5 minutes to have members receive copies, and then I can read it.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's another one.
There's another one. You can take that one.
There's another one.
Let her go and make copies. Especially if it's a commemorative statement that may cease to have relevance by the close of the week. Then she needs to make it. But if you could retrieve it and send copies to members.
Is Honorable Abdallah Idi here? Abdallah Idi, is he here? Well. So, honourable member for Southon, I'm giving you my copy. You may read.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement as we commemorate this extremely important International Mother Language Day. Mr. Speaker, 21st February of every year is designated as International Mother Language Day, an initiative of Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, in remembrance of the day the people of Bangladesh fought for recognition of the Bangla language. This day seeks to promote awareness of linguistic, cultural diversity, and multilingualism around the world. The International Mother Language Day was first proclaimed by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO on November 17, 1999, and formally acknowledged by the United Nations General Assembly with the approval of the United Nations Resolution 56/262 in 2002. Mother Language Day is part of broader initiatives to promote the preservation and protection of all languages used by the people of the world as adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on the 16th of May 2007 in UN Resolution 61/266. Mr. Speaker, the importance of languages and multilingualism in enhancing inclusion is highlighted on Mother Language Day. This corresponds with the Sustainable Development Goals emphasizing on leaving no one behind, and specifically Goal 4 and 6, which seeks to ensure that all youth and a substantial proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's celebration, Using Technology for Multilingual Learning, Challenges and Opportunities. The theme addresses the potential role of technology to advance multilingual education and support the development of quality teaching and learning for all. Several studies reveal that learning is most effective when the instruction is received first in the language the learner knows best. Thus, access to education in one's mother tongue will lay the foundation for achievement of other sustainable development goals. Technology has the potential and avails itself to address some of today's most pressing educational concerns and may speed efforts to ensure equitable and inclusive lifelong learning opportunities for all if governed by the key concepts of inclusion and quality. A lot of progress has been made since the invention of mobile phones. Today, ever, chi, ga, alphabets are available on technology. This will ultimately advance the journey to equitable multilingual education if we improve on connectivity. Mr. Speaker, according to a recent UNICEF, World Bank and OECD survey of 143 countries, national education responses to COVID-19 school closures, 96% of developed countries provided remote learning using online platforms for at least one educational level compared to just 58% of developing countries. In developing countries, the majority of countries reported using broadcast media such as television and radio to enhance learning continuity. Ghana is home to more than 46 different languages, out of which only 11 languages are taught in schools and a few used on television and radio. Ghana, like many other African countries, is striving to create an effective language strategy in education. Article 39(3) of the 1992 Constitution stipulates that the state shall foster the development of Ghanaian languages and thrive in Ghanaian culture. In 2006, the African Union established the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, a specialized agency charged with the promotion and development of African languages as a means for fostering continental integration, peace, and development. ACALAN is working with and on vehicular cross-border languages like Hausa, Ewe, Wolof, among others. In June 2006, a national literacy task force was formed by Ghana's Ministry of Education to develop and implement national literacy acceleration program with support from USAID. This program aims to ensure that all children in kindergarten to grade 3 have quality literacy materials, effective instructions, and public support to learn to read and write in their mother tongue and English. Currently, Ghana's language policy mandates the use of the child's LI, mother tongue, as the language of instruction from kindergarten through to primary 3, with English as the second one. Mr. Speaker, research has shown this policy is often not adhered to. Evidence abounds that there is lack of teacher proficiency in the local languages of instruction. A survey conducted by Family Health International, FHI 360 in 2008, sampling 7,105 schools, revealed that only 57% of the schools employed teachers for kindergarten to primary 3 that spoke the designated language of instruction. According to UNESCO, Mr. Speaker, every 2 weeks, a language vanishes, carrying with it a whole cultural and intellectual history. At least 43% of the world's estimated 6,000 languages are endangered, and only a few hundred languages have been accepted into educational institutions and the public sphere, with fewer than 100 being utilized in the digital world. Mr. Speaker, the language we speak embodies who we are, just as the food we eat and the cloth we wear. Language is one key element that defines our culture. Language plays an increasingly important role in development, not only in ensuring cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue, but also in strengthening cooperation and achieving quality education for all. Furthermore, it promotes building of inclusive societies and preserving cultural heritage, and in mobilizing socio-cultural groups for sustainable development. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the narrative is very different now, since the current generation of youngsters, particularly those living in urban areas, are unable to speak or comprehend their own mother tongues. Parents have resorted to the use of English to train their children, even at home. It is sad to ask a child such basic questions in his or her mother tongue, with the child not being able to respond. Mr. Speaker, should we watch as a generation of Ghanaians lose not just their identity, but also their culture, traditional values, and collective memory? Mr. Speaker, I can tell many of my colleagues in here are guilty. I speak 4 Ghanaian languages, and there are some colleagues who cannot respond to their own languages. I challenge them to do better. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge all members and stakeholders to recognize the importance of our mother tongue, which is our pride as a nation, and develop a clear and effective school policy to enhance understanding of children in our schools. And may we have the tolerance to appreciate each other's language. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and may the good Lord bless our homeland Ghana.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Tiria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important and timely subject that my honorable colleague has introduced, and it is important to add my voice to it. We are products of culture, whether we like it or not. And that is why we eat what we eat, we wear what we wear. It's unfortunate that through colonialism and other factors of social change, our culture has been significantly altered. And we have also followed through by despising what is truly ours, and actually picking up on other cultures that are not consistent with our climate, our work culture, and some other aspects of who we are, truly our identity. But the key issue of language is principle, because language is not only a process of speaking a particular dialect, but it comes with all the norms of culture, gratitude, significance, and symbolism that are important to really have that language to make meaning. For instance, the Akan term for I'm happy, which in English is really abstract. I'm happy, what do you see? But when an Akan says, Menia Jipa, it says that my eyes are bulging out. My eyes are really sparkling. So the essence of that is critical in terms of really enjoying our food, enjoying our dances and others. But when you come to the education arena, somehow as a result of urbanization, we are getting uprooted from who we are. And as my able colleague alluded to, we have parents who are training their children with English. International research shows that children who study in their mother tongue really do well because what is familiar at home is what they deal with. And as a result of that, we adopted within our education system for children to go up to P3 before they pick English. So every child who goes to school will study one of the 11 agreed local languages that we use in Ghana. However, the issue is not straightforward because there are people who may come from the Volta region and maybe others, but as they live here in Accra, they don't speak their language at home, and that the street language is different from the home language. Consequently, what should they learn in order for them to go to school? There are schools in Accra where the community is such that they have to study Akunchi or they have to study Ewe. Instead of doing that, everybody will lump them together. This is Accra. It doesn't work like that. So it is still an effort to set meaning in which we continue to conduct research to ensure that our mother tongue is key. In fact, Ghanaians around the world, where they have churches, research has shown that when they sing our local Ghanaian gospel songs, it touches their heart than when they sing Western hymns and so forth. So essentially, language is key. But how we do that in terms of including it in our education system so that our children learn fast, so that they learn resourcefully, because when we are dealing with these language issues, we are dealing with equipment. What is the Ghana word for computer? What is the ever word for CPU and so forth? I mean, it's a very difficult situation that we are confronted with. So how do we make the choices? I would think that what we need to do is continuously engage in research so that we reduce the places, the spaces we have, because there are gaps between what we identify as completely indigenous to the Ghanaian and what is foreign and we are incorporating. We don't want to incorporate everything wholesale. Our language should be able to accommodate other nuances from other cultures. But how do we do this in such a way that actually, even in our educational system, we can incorporate them? For this, I'm known for saying that we have an inconclusive conclusion. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of the matters that rests on an inconclusive conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm come to Sola.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement that I would describe as a wonderful one. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Jifa, for bringing us to light. Speaking the mother language, Mr. Speaker, is very key in bringing up our children. In the statement, the Honorable Member mentioned that language, the way we dress, what we eat, and how we speak tells everything about us. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to recognize that in our houses as members of parliament, we should learn to speak our own language to our children. It has become a kind of pride for some people to think that once I speak English to my children, that tells the class I belong to. Mr. Speaker, it is completely wrong. Well, people may judge me wrongly, but for me, I think that as a person that comes from the north, especially as a Breford, the language that I speak, Mr. Speaker, is called Breford. But just because we don't speak our local languages to our children, they even grow up and they are not able to tell the tribe they belong to. It is very common, especially with my people. In fact, I feel very guilty to say this. I speak Breford, but Breford comes from the Dagate or the Dagari language. And so most of our people, when they travel out and they ask them what tribe they belong to, they say, oh, I'm a Daga or I'm a Dagate. And even to the extent that they name their children after their landlords. You would meet a typical Breford man, ask for the name, and you say, my name is Kwachi or I'm Bwachi. Yes, Abronye, I cannot authenticate that. But just last week, there was a video circulating that Abronye is a Northerner, but his name is Kwame Bafo. And if it is true that they said Mr. Abronye is a Northerner and he's called Kwame Bafo, how will you describe this? So, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to tell those who come down south to work, especially the Breford people, the Dagabes, who come down south, so those who are in Western region, they name their children Ajewa, Amamansa, Abnadonko. All those names, you do not even know the meaning. Mr. Speaker, I am called Dare. When I was born, I was named Dare. And if you get to my area, once you hear the name Dare, you know that the person, where we believe in reincarnation, you know that the person was born after the mother lost a previous child. If you get to my community, if you hear the name Say, it tells you that the person is a firstborn, a first male born of the family. If you hear the name Sansan, it tells you that the person is a second male born of the family. In fact, we grew up to meet these things, but they are gradually fading out. I don't know whether that is modernity, or whether that is education, or is Christianity. We have some homes that they think that if you are praying and you pray in Ashanti or English, that is when your prayers will be answered. Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to start educating our families. It is time for us to start letting our people know that where we come from, that is where we come from. We didn't choose to be from the north. We didn't choose to be Gonjas. We didn't choose to be Dagabes. We didn't choose to be Breakfast. And so wherever you find yourself, let your identity be known. We can only do this by letting our children learning this in our schools. And so there was an NGO in my district, Mr. Speaker, called IBIS. I think now Oxfam also. They introduced this complementary basic education. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it helped a lot. People who went through that system did not suffer when they got to the upper classes. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member for bringing this up, but let me once again remind the Breford people that wherever they are, they should let people know that they speak the language Breford. If you are a Dagao, wherever you are, speak your Dagati to your children. Don't speak Chi to them. Don't speak Akan to them. It is good we learn these languages, but don't let the Akan be the main language at home. Don't let English be the main language at home. Speak the Dagari to your children. Speak the Breford to your children. Speak Gonja to your children. I have met Gonjas whose children cannot speak. They cannot even say entree. If you greet an entree, they respond in English. It is bad. Oh, in here for your job.
Mr. Speaker, what I said just meant that I speak a lot of Breford, and I'm very proud. Wherever I get to, I let people know where I belong to. You see my travel marks, it tells you that I belong to a community. I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, let me come to Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, it's a Kwadaso, yeah.
Yes, I invited Kwadaso.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement under consideration. Honorable Speaker, it is true that language is the soul of a society. Language is the soul of a nation. Mr. Speaker, I've been hearing arguments, positions, and debates regarding the adoption of a local language in terms of educating our children. And I want to place on record that when it comes to language, you can be educated by the use of your local language, but that doesn't guarantee that you are going to be successful regarding your academic pursuits. What defines largely one's academic progress and success is the level of the person's intelligence quotient. It is also true that local dialect or local language helps better in terms of academic achievements as compared to borrowed languages. But if you look into the literature, especially developmental theories, you realize that the acquisition of any language can be done easily by children, especially from 3 years and beyond. So if at that time the environment around you speaks frequently the language, and also in terms of the quality of that particular language, every child anywhere can acquire any language. So for me, what we need to focus more on is the quality of the language and the frequency and intensity of its usage. We can adopt a local language for our educational enterprise, but if that language is not taught well, it will be much ado about nothing. You go to Germany, they use their local language. You go to US, go to UK, use the local language. But in that environment, you realize that in terms of performance and ability, it is not the same. It is what the environment does to promote learning, teaching, that matters most. So when I hear this argument, I kind of a bit worried. So my position is that let us ensure that any language that we adopt, that language is taught well. That's because you agree with me that when you even take the English language, it is not all the English teachers who even teach well. Examples are there in terms of diction of words, pronunciation and all that. I think that some of our English teachers, and even those who teach the local languages, need to be taught again. Because at times you travel outside, and how you even pronounce words is even suspect. Let us be very careful with this. My honorable friend, Dr. Tevia, will agree with me that language can be absorbed well when it is taught well and understood well. When I was doing my PhD, I remember that the Dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Rudolf Tippert, in a meeting with scholars from Cambridge, Germany at that time decided that it was better for them to even promote the learning of English in their country, because research that they had done suggested that all those who had won the Nobel Prizes in the sciences got them when they studied in the US of A. And at that time, they had consciously agreed that they need to promote the English language. For me, that is very fundamental. And if you have a literature in a particular local dialect in this day and age, the question is, how many people can even read and understand it? Let me give Germany, for example. How many people speak German? So you can have a scientific paper in a German journal. The question is, how many people can even appreciate that language? But if you have English, for example, you are guaranteed that a lot of people are going to read and appreciate your work. That is what matters more. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want us to be very careful in terms of the language we want to adopt. And we want to do so, we must make sure that all the enabling facilities that we need to promote that local language is there before we make that move. On that note, I want to thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Yes, let me come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to also commend my colleague MP for K2 South.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at the subjects we are discussing now, that is using the local language to teach our children in school, I support this assertion, because currently, if we look at what is going on in our various communities, we see that everybody is trying to communicate with their kids in the English language. But growing up, when we use local language, because most of our parents, my parents didn't have the opportunity to have formal education. So the only means of communication was the local language. And that was a background that helped me to also learn other languages in Ghana. And I believe that also when the local languages are used at the basic schools as part of the teaching methodologies, it helps the children to really appreciate what is being taught. Because what they know, if you give them the opportunity, they can also produce or even recite whatever has been taught them. When you go to our schools, even Sunday school these days, every Sunday school teacher is using English language. The children come home and they are not able to even tell you whatever they were being taught at Sunday school. So I want members of parliament to support this idea. Let us come together, and we should use ourselves as an example first, because we should start this practice. If we want the local language to be used at school, then we should also insist that our children in our homes also begin to communicate with them with it. This is what can give us the opportunity to also stand on it and even demand that the schools should also do so. So how would we promote that the schools should be using the local language, but when they come home, we are speaking English, not even French. We are surrounded by Francophone countries, but everybody wants his kids to speak English. And now, because we are using English also, even the values and the cultures that we have, and even the folklores, the idioms, the proverbs that are so rich and gives us some kind of knowledge, we learn so many things from it. We are not able to impact it to our kids. So I want us to, as members of parliament, support this statement and also support education. I saw the education minister here, and I believe that what is being discussed here, he would also take it up, so that at least Ghana, when we want to promote ourselves in terms of development, it is not only, we can not only develop when we speak English language, we can also develop when we speak our local language, and we make it something that the kids is so imbibed in them. Mr. Speaker, I normally watch most of my senior MPs speak impeccable English, and one thing I always ask myself, did these people start learning, speak this English when they were very young or in their formative stage? And I would, with your permission, take this opportunity to mention someone like my senior majority leader. When you find out from him, he will tell you that maybe from his formative years,
probably where in schools, at that point, they blend it, the local language and the English language, and that is what has given him the strong stance now that from the basis of local language, he has developed to be, if it's giving him that kind of enriched vocabs that is helping the activity, the debate, and then the works of Parliament. So I would want to once again thank the maker of the statement, and also thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me come to Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, the mother tongue is mostly referred to as one's first tongue or first language or native language. Mr. Speaker, it is also very important for one to seize the opportunity to learn several languages. Mr. Speaker, the mother tongue of a child, in fact, if the child gets used to it so well, determines the child's personality, his social and cultural identity. The moment the child speaks, for instance, an Equiapian who speaks the mother tongue, you know exactly where he or she is coming from. You know some cultural identity and personality and behaviors are attached to areas that we all come from. Therefore, it's very important that we do our best to get our children and the society pick their mother tongue from the onset. Mr. Speaker, there is a huge challenge anyway as to when should we start teaching the child on a second language. In fact, I know the Ministry of Education and GES has had a series of theories as to at what stage, at what age, at what level should we move the child into or onto a second language different from the mother tongue. But Mr. Speaker, the mother tongue of a child from the beginning, day zero, when the child becomes so used to it, is able to allow the child to develop some skills and some literacy capacities, some thinking, critical thinking skills, and some critical literacy capacity. With such baseline, the child is able to go up when you introduce the child onto the second language. In fact, if the child learns the phonology so well of his mother tongue from the beginning, it's easier for that child to move on anytime at all you want to add any other additional language to the child. Mr. Speaker, it builds the self-esteem of the child as well. You know, the child builds confidence. At the home, he understands the local language, he picks it so well, he's able to speak to it, he's able to translate it. He's so confident about that language. He carries that ability upwards. And anytime at all he or she gets a good teacher who wants to translate or give meaning of some words of the second language through his or her mother tongue, it becomes so easier. Mr. Speaker, these days where it's like from the word go, we want our children to speak the English language, and at the end of the day, they forget about their mother tongue, their local language. It becomes even difficult talking to our children about our cultural practices and our traditional setting. Mr. Speaker, you are so told from your infancy that water bodies in your own language, water bodies are critical bodies for mankind. Mr. Speaker, you are told from your own mother language that there is a mami water in that water body that will threaten you when you cross
the water body with sandals. You are told you cannot get closer to maybe defecate or urinate close to a water body. And it is all in your mother tongue, and it is so heavy to the point that it brings you to the reality. And at the end of the day, you become so used to the traditional setting and the cultural setting that you live in. Let us encourage our children and let's teach them our mother language. Let's teach them the local language, and let's encourage them to learn more local languages. It is good to be a multilingual in our local language. Wherever you find yourself, you speak the language and you are okay.
Like you.
Honorable Okujeto, I know, understand this matter so well. I know he understands what I'm talking about so well. That there are instances where he uses fluency in the Akan language to his own benefit. There are instances where you mention the language so well and you pronounce them so well and you are attracted to the person when you need even some support. Mr. Speaker, so this cultural identification is very important, and I commend the maker of the statement. And I encourage all of us that if we want the child to have a critical thinking ability, the child to appreciate our culture and traditional setting, the child to be able to upgrade onto the next stage of learning other languages, you need the basic line, which is the mother tongue, referred to as the first language. And I believe when we do that, this country will move forward. I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made, and I thank my sister for drawing our attention to it, that those of us who are Gwans, those of us who are other Gwans and Gans, Akans, the Dangatis, the Tokolis, and whatever, don't let us shy away from our language. The others, we don't have to shy away from their language. Let's speak it and identify ourselves to it. And I believe that through that, we'll be able to share away this colonization, whether it is neo-colonization or pro-colonization. We'll be able to put them behind us and see ourselves as Ghanaians identified as such. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Moses, how many languages do you speak?
Mr. Speaker, I speak 5.
5 languages?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. 5 local languages.
I see. You've spoken today. Let me give the opportunity to.
Indeed, he has spoken today, and he was joining you, Mr. Speaker, in the birthday mood, and I'm happy you have given me opportunity to join in that mood. I want to start, Mr. Speaker, by first thanking the maker of this statement. It is such an important statement that all of us must be very much interested in. Indeed, it reminds us that indigenous language is very key to building of values. And if you go to countries that have been able to develop and develop well, it's because they have focused a lot more in the early days of a child's development to teach that child values. And these values are taught in the local language because there is so much truth, there's so much respect, Mr. Speaker, in the local languages. That is why many have said that in those days, our chiefs, when they swear before their subjects, they take the oath. They respect that oath more than what we do in our orthodox or traditional courts, where we are given the Bibles or we are given the cross and what have you, and we swear to speak nothing but the truth in the English language. So talking about building and preserving our indigenous languages, Mr. Speaker, it will go a long way to help us when we want to transfer those good values we are referencing here today by many speakers who have spoken ahead of me. indigenous language will help us to do that. Talk about preservation of our heritage and our culture. Language and the indigenous language growth is what can help us maintain it, so that there will be no dilution. Because how we call lemon or lime in my language will be different from how it is called in another language. But once it is good to learn that other language, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, if you want to preserve basic things that has brought about growth or that can bring about further growth in our various communities, to try and make sure that indigenous languages are encouraged, at least in the first few years of child's development. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I have asked a question on this floor, and I'm waiting for the Education Minister for it to be scheduled for him to come and answer, even whether we have a policy in terms of posting of teachers in some specialized areas, including language. You find instances where teachers who have trained in, say, Ewe language get posted and transferred to communities where they are not learning Ewe. And they are forced to teach other subjects other than the language they have studied. Meanwhile, others are sent to the region or to Volta region who also learn other languages, maybe Ghana language. They get posted to Volta region. How will they impact positively in, say, a primary school? And I wasn't surprised when the government, not too long ago, have to issue a statement that the teachers who train in Ghana, who got posted outside of the Ghana area, should get in touch in his office to see how they can liaise with the education authority for some kind of reposting. Our Ghana Education Service and Ministry of Education have to develop a policy, Mr. Speaker, for posting this category of teachers. But coming back really to the issue of indigenous languages, Mr. Speaker, it helps us to communicate effectively. Mr. Speaker, it helps us to share.
Honorable Kofi, before you continue and conclude, let me bring the House attention to the fact that it is 2 o'clock and we are going beyond the normal time. So please indulge me that I direct the House to move beyond the normal time. So you may go on and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be concluding very soon. Today is Friday, and as usual, you know, Friday bombs is our day. So when we get the opportunity, we end up flying beyond. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, can imagine how the freeing of the airwaves and the introduction of the local languages in our communication has allowed a lot more ideas to be expressed by every other person. In the past, when it was so limited, you go to a Deba, and when you are speaking a language that is foreign to them, only few persons will be expressing themselves. Mr. Speaker, immediately you allow them that you can speak a language of your choice. You find a lot more hands showing up. And sometimes that is when the best of ideas comes out to enable policy formulation. So I want to really thank the maker of the statement that he's taking the trouble to identify this day and has made this statement that will draw all of us attention to encourage our persons and to encourage especially the Ministry of Education to engage their agencies, because they are involved in the formative age of the development of the young ones, to form policies that will allow posting of teachers to encourage the L1 teaching in our very basic schools. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given me to contribute to this very important statement made by our colleague from Kitusa. Thank you.
Honorable Dami Fiamapo, you are okay for the day. before I come to leadership. Honorable Minister for Education, I hope you will pass a word on it. Very well. So let me hear my senior member first, before I'll come to New Biase and
Right, Honorable Speaker, many thanks for giving me the opportunity to say a few words by way of a contribution to this very important statement. Indeed, language is the outward expression of our socio-cultural being. And Honorable Speaker, if you pay attention to Article 39(3) of our Constitution, and with your kind permission, I'd like to read. The Constitution says, the state shall foster the development of Ghanaian languages and pride in their Ghanaian culture. It seems to me that what my sister is trying to urge upon has been given a constitutional elevation. And at no point in time should we do anything to devalue what we stand for. And it is indeed the fact that it is your language that defines your identity. So this is what is in our Constitution. But the injunction here is that the state shall foster the development of Ghanaian languages and pride in Ghanaian culture. I wish to see a very solid paper on the way of the fostering, and that will do us a lot of good. Honorable Speaker, again, if you pay regard to Article 35, 5 of the Constitution, and it provides as follows. Honorable Speaker, just a second. Let me be very sure what I'm trying to urge upon. Yes, 35(5). The state shall actively promote the integration of the peoples of Ghana and prohibit discrimination and prejudice on the grounds of place of origin, circumstances of birth, ethnic origin, gender, religion, creed, or other beliefs. Honorable Speaker, what this thing also means is that it is important that in trying to promote our language, it should not promote disunity, so that the language of one particular tribe becomes superior to another tribe. A language defines ethnicity in a way, but it is the thinking of the framers of the Constitution that the language of a people should not promote disunity. As a matter of fact, our distinction should not be a mark of disunity. So, Honorable Speaker, you have situations of somebody saying, I'm an African, I'm from West Africa, I'm a Ghanaian, I'm from Ashanti, the eastern region. Above all, I'm an Asante, a Ga, Dagomba, and the rest of it. It is for one thing, it should all promote our Ghanaianness. A lot of philosophy is embedded in our language. That is a fact. If you take some of our proverbs, one particular proverb says that, and was here for talking about, that is to say that if you say you are an Akan, then you shouldn't be associated with anything shameful or disgraceful. Philosophy and wisdom is also part of our language systems. And we should go there and learn the origins of our language and the meanings of our language and the proverbs of our people to improve our own, ethos
and ethics and our governance systems. Honorable Speaker, I was even surprised to see in our standing orders, Order 47, that we are not under any compulsion to speak language alone in this House. And let me quote, with respect, let me quote Order 47. The proceedings of Parliament shall ordinarily be conducted in the English language, except that a member may exercise the option to address the House in either Akan, Nzima, Ga, Ewe, Hausa, Dagbani, Dagari, or in any other local language, provided facilities exist in the House for its interpretation. I'm afraid I've been here for some time now. I do not see any facilities that we have so that somebody can make a statement in Ewe, but by the facilities, we always understand it also in our local dialect. I think if we should have an arrangement like that, it will be very good for this nation. And what does the minister say? I've not finished.
It's an Akan language.
Yes.
Yes.
You want to correct my statement already?
Mr. Speaker, I want to make a small correction. When he was speaking, he listed and made a list of languages which were amongst them. I heard Akan and others, and then he proceeded to add Nzima as if Nzima were a different language from Akan. I'm saying that Nzima is an Akan language. The Akan language is a spectrum ranging from Akwakem, Chi, to Baoule, Enin, and Sanwi in La Côte d'Ivoire. So Nzima is an Akan language. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my very good brother, versatile lawyer. But I was only quoting the standing orders. And if there's a need to bring some corrections to bear on it, then I think it is from the standing orders, Order 47. So, Honorable Speaker, this statement is very apt and opportune. There's a necessity to promote our own, but there's a problem. That given the international nature of our existence, and you want to go and do a serious MBA outside, or there's an international conference in which essentially is the English language that you want to promote, or you want to go and do a PhD in mathematics, I'm afraid what we'll be looking at will be a huge challenge. That would you want to say that your whole dissertation that you want to write it in the, say, the Cree language, or your professor of mathematics who is a Japanese, to come to terms with that. So when we want to do internationally, there are complications. And this is where we have to look at. Most of the gadgets that we use in the world now, they are translated in English. And hardly would you find that they want to give it in the local, interpretation. So locally, that is what we should do. But when we veer into the international arena, we'll be checkmated because our language will not find favor with the international community. So my very good sister from Ketu South, the great Ketu South, I think you are a strong thinking being, and you brought a lot of thinking to this chamber this Friday. I'm grateful to you and highly commend you for doing justice to the topic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Defiamapo. Hey, you said you are saying 2 words.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, may I further fortify the position of my senior brother, the Honorable Atachian, with another constitutional provision. Mr. Speaker, I refer to Articles 26, surplus 1 of the Constitution, as well as Articles 28, surplus 1 and surplus C, to say that indeed as a country we are enjoined by the Constitution to make provision for the development of our mother tongue or our native language. But Mr. Speaker, you know that language is about proficiency. Mr. Speaker, the records will bear that as far back as 1858, it took Germans who traveled to our native land to master our language and develop alphabets for the language, and actually translated the language, the Bible, into our language. And in 1858, I can make mention of a German Reverend Father called Schlegel, who was then the head of the Bremen mission, and they were based in the now Volta region. They translated the Bible into Ewe. Whilst they were doing that in the Volta region, there was another German called Johann Christoller, and so other Ghanaians like the then David Asante, Keteku. They also mastered the Twi language and translated the Bible. So language is about mastery and display. Indeed, another Ebe, Reverend Ephraim Amu, he wrote in Twi, even though he was an Ebe, because of language. So as much as I agree that we should take steps to help to develop and teach our children in our mother tongue, we must all master the ability to languages. I speak 7 local languages. I speak 7. Naji Hausa. In York. Myself, Madonna Ngomba. Who your Bali, I speak a Numbusu. Me and I was educated in Cape Coast, in Temika Fante, Mitufante. You know, Mr. Speaker. So, and I speak a bit of French. Je parle français un peu. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that mother tongue is very important. But you see, it is, look, I think language is one of the reasons why Ghana as a country, we are so cohesive. We are so bonded together. Because we are so intertwined that we can back at each other, but we may never get to a point where we have to throw cudgels at one another because of language, because of how culturally we are intertwined. Ewe is spoken in the Volta region, yes, predominantly, but so is Akan, so is Twi. So is Ewe spoken in the eastern region, predominantly. So is it spoken in Ashanti. And I'm going to meet my Ewe people as far away as in Bono, as in the northern region, as in Bole. And I've heard people speak Ewutu in my constituency. There are Ewutu people in my constituency who are now like indigenes. They've settled in the Volta region. They are in Germany, they are in Agodake, they are in Chanakwe, they are fisher folks. It is not today that they will go back to Efutu or Winneba. So I agree that it is important that as a mother tongue we develop our languages and teach our children. Mr. Speaker, the record will also bear me out that I have moved this out, that we as a country, we should be taking off the list of countries that are classified to submit proof of English as a proficiency in the English language. We have mastered speaking English. We have demonstrated the ability to communicate and write English excellently like the Englishman. And we have attained the status of native speakers. Ghanaian scholars in academia have demonstrated and presented theses at the highest level in academia. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to commend my sister for bringing this matter to the attention of the House and the country. I thank you.
Yes, let us come to leadership. Leadership, before probably I'll ask the minister for. Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important topic. Mr. Speaker, the issue of language and transmission of culture is well documented. That language forms the basis of cultural transmission, and without the language, the culture may die off. I think, Mr. Speaker, that is not in doubt around the world. In developing countries, in other places where they don't speak the predominant French, English, or German, or Portuguese, what we struggle with, rather, is how you balance the issue of cultural transmission and your ability to also compete globally. We are here from different ethnic groups, and how we bond together here is unfortunately through a foreign language, which all of us are proficient in. The challenge you have is that there are parents who believe that their children cannot master the local language, their native tongue, and English at the same time. So we have parents in our country here who refuse to even speak their native tongue to their children, which I believe is unfortunate. Research has shown that a child's brain is like a sponge. They can master both languages without any difficulty. In our school system, we need to find a way to ensure we can produce bilingual Ghanaians, trilingual Ghanaians, people who may speak more than one language, and be able to compete globally at the same time. We are in discussion, for example, with Cambridge, the developers of the Cambridge education model, that it's important that Ghanaian children who go to Cambridge schools get the opportunity to study a Ghanaian language, because we cannot train Ghanaian children to become foreigners in their own country. When you come to our public education system, it's also imperative that we begin to find a way to ensure that the children will master English language and be able to compete, and at the same time maintain their native language. You see, we have not found a way to master the English language, and consequently sometimes we use that as an excuse to say that because we can't master the English, therefore the children should be taught in their language. We can do both. If you look at research by Krasner, a very important authority on language, he says that there's a difference between language learning and language acquisition. You can learn a language and you can also acquire a language. You can help children acquire the English language in no time, and then they begin to master the grammar of it through language learning. That and ensuring that we understand the principles of English language development, and we understand the principles of acquiring English as a second language, and beginning to ensure that we don't teach our children English as if we are teaching British kids, and that we begin to master the art and science of second language acquisition, enable our children to master foreign language and master their own languages at the same time. This is the opportunity we have as a nation. This is the challenge we have to confront as a nation, so that no Ghanaian children is made by their parents to forego their native tongue because they believe that with the native tongue they cannot speak English well. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and this is what the Ministry of Education is looking at, ways that we can ensure that Ghanaian children are fluent in their native tongues and at the same time proficient in English. And when we do it well, even master French at the same time, So we can truly have a society that has its foundation in its culture, but can also compete globally with anyone around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this. I'm grateful to my honorable colleague from Ketu South for making this statement. Thank you.
Well. Honorable Kujeto, Honorable Leader, may we hear your brief comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement, which has been very eloquently and competently delivered by the Mamaga herself, the Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi of Ketu South. Mr. Speaker, the issue of promoting the study of our mother tongue language, one that is so crucial. We are talking about an identity. We are talking about a culture. We are talking about our heritage. There are some societies that have been wiped out totally because they could not protect and promote the speaking of their own language. And as a country, one of the things going for us, which we are celebrated for globally, is that we have so many languages, over 50 ethnic groups, but we are able to tolerate, to respect everybody's language. We intermarry, we school together, and we are so melted, we bond, and we are able to communicate with each other. We take it for granted in this country, but not in many other places. It is so bad elsewhere that it even enters their politics, and they cannot even have, democratic elections. They cannot have stability. So we need to continue to protect what is so unique about Ghana. However, as the maker of the statement has said, we face some growing threat where some languages risk going extinct, where in our educational system, as we will recall what happened about 2 years ago, where in Greater Accra, the Ga chiefs were struggling to have language teachers in some of the schools in the Greater Accra region. Of course, because of how cosmopolitan the capital has become and how we have had a melting pot situation. But listening to the Minister, the Honorable Minister for Education, it's clear that language policy remains intact and remains a priority of government, and I commend the Speaker for that. I commend the Minister, Mr. Speaker, for that assurance and for the effort that they are making, not only to promote the study of the mother tongue, but also to make sure that we become bilateral and multilingual. We know that we are surrounded by French-speaking countries, Togo, Burkina Faso, Benin, and beyond Ivory Coast. And Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why a lot of Ghanaians are not making it to a lot of international appointments in various multilateral organizations is because of our one language policy. If we promote bilateral or multilingualism, we will be able to occupy a lot more of these positions. Because you always see, the last time we visited The Hague, you see that our Francophone colleagues, they have virtually filled all the positions in The Hague. And they tell us that your people are very competent, very qualified, very sharp, outstanding professionals. But the only thing that disqualifies them is that they are not multilingual or they are not bilingual. It's only English. So I'm glad that the Honorable Minister has given assurance. I know that the French Embassy has some initiatives that they are rolling out, and I think that we should get closer to them to see how they can scale up so we can train more.
of our French teachers. And even Spanish is becoming very important, you know, Spanish, Arabic, Swahili. I think that if we do that, we'll be better equipping the next generation. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that research has shown that when children are taught in their mother tongue from preschool to P4, they do better. The research is so unimpeachable. And indeed, since 1953, UNESCO has championed this because of research. They even link, the research links the lack of training our children in their mother tongue to high dropout rates. That children who drop out, who lose interest, whether it is in math, in science, it is because they are not being taught in their mother tongue. So they don't understand and they are not able to cope. And that is why since 1953, UNESCO has been championing this mother tongue policy. So it's a very, very important statement that the Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi has made, and it should encourage all of us in our homes. Yeah, you meet some parents and they are proud to say that, oh, as of my child, you know, he speaks no local language, and we think that, you know, it's something to be celebrated, or it shows that the children are probably exotic. It's rather a minus, and we should encourage many more. Even as we intermarry, we can still teach. It shouldn't be a disadvantage. We should still encourage our children to learn the languages of fathers and that of their mothers. I think mothers do well generally in passing on the language, but it's we the fathers who are the worst culprits. We never really have, we don't make the time, I should say, to train our children in our mother tongue. So, Mr. Speaker, a very important statement. We should keep the unity of our country, how we tolerate each other, and we should continue to promote the diversity. It's beautiful. It's always great to be diverse. There's rather strength in diversity. It is not a disadvantage, and we should keep promoting the mother tongue. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Finally, let me come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard my colleagues and their useful comments on this all-important matter. I do not intend to add on to the superfluity of the matter which is already before us. I associate myself wholly with all the sentiment expressed, particularly the comment by the available minority leader, and I would want the records of this House to adopt same as though they were mine. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I shall thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have brought statement time to a close, and I'll come to leadership for direction.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, I would say that there is no further competent parliamentary business on the floor for consideration. But you had earlier given an indication based on an application by my respected colleague, Honorable Klucha Aveji, which application was mounted on the back of my earlier concerns about some misreportage. And he rather wanted us to go into the records so that when we are taking a decision, we know we are taking a decision based on evidence. Well, I initially disagreed with him because I thought that he should hold my integrity high as having done my own works. But that notwithstanding, for the record, you ruled and I respected that. I have in my hands, and Mr. Speaker, I believe I first give you the official report, the draft from Hansard, for you to also read. And it is clear and very unambiguous, and I'll give him copy too for him to read, that I never said that we need e-levy to evacuate Ghanaians from Ukraine. I never said that. And on that score, and to be fair to me and colleagues who may suffer from such reportage, Mr. Speaker, I beg to crave your indulgence to direct that Joy FM forthwith pulls down the story. Because, Mr. Speaker, the thing is still on their website. I keep receiving text messages and calls. The social media language will say it's gone viral. And the impression being created is that Afenyomakin perhaps said something without thinking through and relating e-levy to the evacuation of Ghanaians who may be suffering as a result of this Ukraine-Russian war. I demand it as of right. I respect the multimedia platform, but I think on this occasion, the conduct of whoever put it there, particularly its reporter from Parliament, must be dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that an order be made by you for them to pull down the story and render an unqualified apology, because it's not only their portal. People respect Joy FM, and many news portals are picking it and sharing. Individuals are sharing it on their social media handle without even recourse to me. And this morning, I mentioned Nana Banamwa as one of those who has fallen victim to this mischief, and she is also proceeding with mischief. And it must not happen. It could be somebody tomorrow. We must say that free speech must not be taken for granted. Mr. Speaker, I so humbly submit.
Anyway, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that your directive is for leadership to go into the records, look at the Hansard and then the video. And that is what, but leadership, we have not met to review the Hansard and the video. My colleague is having the Hansard. Other people are having the video. So I think that it will be better if we meet as a leadership to review it before we give directive. My humble request.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. I find it, I may want this matter to rest based on what I am seeing as an attempt by a respected colleague to, as it were, mount roadblocks. Mr. Speaker, maybe today it is a phenomenon, but we have not stopped politics. We should have due regard to our individual reputation and integrity. We were here yesterday. The video can be watched in less than 5 minutes. We've watched it. I have gone an extra mile to procure the records. If today my colleague thinks that it is not proper for us to proceed for Joy FM to pull down this story and apologize, and that we should continue to allow it to stay on because he thinks that we have leadership. You never said leadership should meet. Mr. Speaker, let us be fair. I am saying this not only for myself, for all of us, including you. It is not fair. And if it is the pleasure of Honorable Aveji, we sit here as leaders And if he thinks it is me and it is not him, I will take it as it is. But Mr. Speaker, I implore you to look at the situation and make the appropriate directive, whether subjecting this to undue procedural roadblocks, because facts are facts. Even they themselves are Joy FM. What they put there on their website, the video, does not say what they have written as a headline. Let us be fair. What the video they have attached says something different. So I see it as a surprise that my respected colleague from leadership will now say that people must watch and whatever, when it was only yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I think you should take a decision. If that will not be taken, I've been in politics 24 years of my adult life. I will take it. But one day in this house, posterity will come and hit at somebody. That's all.
Honorable members, leader, honorable members, I know the media house around have heard. Joy News has heard. They will have to do the needful. But my ruling this morning was that leadership will meet and discuss the matter. Obviously, leadership will meet and discuss the matter. But what I'm saying is that Joy News and other media houses, if you have heard this and you know you went beyond board, you can do the needful. But my ruling still stands that leadership will meet and discuss the matter.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opening this. And I agree with you that your ruling still stands. Mr. Speaker, I've forwarded a video to you. I know because you are sitting where you are, probably you didn't listen to it. Mr. Speaker, I can see the anger in my colleague, and I agree with him. He has every reason to be upset. But I can say on authority, yesterday I wasn't here. I've listened to the tape like 10 times. Was Ukraine evacuation mentioned? Yes, it was mentioned. Was e-levy mentioned? Yes, it was mentioned. So you see, you don't determine the editorial policy of a news. You may not be happy. You can write to either media commission and raise your concern. But I can bet you, the video is here, I can forward it to you. You mention Ukraine evacuation and you link it to e-levy approval. Here, the video I forwarded, Mr. Speaker. If we challenge this, I can play it now for all of us in this chamber to hear. So please, let's not take our anger onto the floor when you know that Joe Evans doesn't have audience on this floor. And you and I are politicians, and we know the avenues to address when a newspaper or news media does something you don't like. But you cannot try to take advantage of your presence in the chamber at their disadvantage when you know they don't have hearing in the chamber. And their speaker has ruled that leadership should go and sit, put our heads together to be able to come out with something. You are insisting that you want a solution now. If it is the solution you want now, I have listened to the tape more than 20 times. You mentioned Ukraine evacuation will cost money. And it is the reason we should leave all this politicking. Dollar is having challenges. That is why e-levy must be approved. You said it. The video is here. I've forwarded it to all of them. So you may disagree the way they captured the headline. But it is not for us to tell a news reporter how their headline should be. I told, please, let's allow speaker's ruling to stand. Let's meet in conclave, look at the thing together, and if there's genuinely a reason why what we want to be done, as a house, we can come together. But you cannot insist in the chamber that you want it to be done your way. That cannot be right. Because I have listened to the video, and I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt, that if someone decides to link it, the person will be right. But let's allow the speaker's ruling to stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Hear me. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we may only act for posterity. Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, it is rich to hear you advocating in this manner. It is very rich to hear you advocating in this manner. I would subject all your comments to posterity and pray that we don't end our politics all too soon. But for the avoidance of that and for the records, Mr. Speaker, these are not mine. I can take this, but I want to raise the matter. This is from Hansa. These were my comments. Mr. Speaker, I will read it. I have the video. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Speaker, you allowed him to make the point.
I have to catch a flight too.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it may be you tomorrow. If you put an end to it, I will rest. You rule. But Mr. Speaker, we are in this house. I need to make the point. I am not attacking an editorial policy of Joy FM. I am talking about an untruth. Mr. Speaker, all I am saying is, I never said, and the record per video and the transcript would bear me out, I never said that we need e-levy to evacuate Ghanaians from Ukraine. I never said that. Excuse me, Mutaka, you are not the one to say this. Mutaka, from how you have suffered at the hands of misreportage, you are not the one to say this. Mutaka, you are not the one. The trauma you suffered, you are not. Let me read aloud. Mr. Speaker, let me read aloud. As a nation, read, listen, unless you are questioning the transcript. Let me read. As a nation, Mr. Speaker, I would beg of you with the greatest respect. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you with the greatest respect. He made his point. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you with the greatest respect. He made his point. Let me make my point. After that, I would make my final comment to raise the matter. I may not even want you to proceed with your ruling. I say, let it be, but we are here. Let me make my point. As a nation, Ghanaian businesses which are supposed to do well to pay taxes will suffer. Businesses will not do well as expected, and projections will be affected. That is the reality. And I must bring this to the attention of all of us, so that any policy that will be introduced will be seen in that light. Then I came to Honorable. Wait, you were not here. Wait. Then Honorable Aveji passed a comment which was not into the market. Then I responded. I said the Honorable Minority Leader did not speak into the microphone. But if he is talking about the e-levy, this is a more important reason why we need it. He did not speak into the microphone. But if he's talking about e-levy, that was the next point I was going to make. That we should congregate around it and even find a way of generating revenue as a country to save the situation. This is because we are not in normal times. Honorable Harry Nedrusu could not have raised this matter at a better time than now. This is a patriotic call. Mr. Speaker, what is your problem? Excuse me, if you allow. I've not ended. Let me finish. The Harry Nedrusu, the patriot and the Ghanaian, who is looking at the reality, has brought to our attention this important international issue. We do not live in isolation, but live within ECOWAS and AU blocks and are a member of UN. We are part of the world economy, and I'm saying that our economy is being affected and will be affected. We should look at the reality. Businesses will be affected. I am a businessman and I know what is happening. Lawyers will be affected. Entrepreneurs will suffer because of this Ukraine situation. Many of our compatriots import from Ukraine, Eastern and Western Europe. Import will be obstructed. Booking vessels will not be as it should be. Government revenue at our ports will be affected. How? Okay, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, we should know that. We should know, and that is why Honorable Drisu brought this to our attention. With all of this, we should know that an innovative way to generate revenue in this crisis to sustain social intervention program as a country. Then interruption. Mr. Speaker, I am the pro tem leader of the House, and if they do not want me to speak on their behalf, Mr. Speaker, that was the intervention. Which other statement? I have all the strengths and I have the video. I am saying, let us be fair. The position of Joy FM is that I have said that we need e-levy to evacuate Ghanaians from Ukraine. And I've repeated that I have not said that we need e-levy to evacuate Ghanaians from no. Please, wait. Mutaka, you are not the one to behave like this. But don't worry, I will start from the beginning and we'll raise this matter. Mr. Speaker, let me start from the beginning.
Honorable leader, you've read it. We heard it.
I will not. I got the application. If there's a directive for Joy FM to pull down this story, no problem. I will not want to have leadership to deal with it. I will withdraw my application. If it is a partisan, no problem. Do it. But we are here. We are here.
Honorable leader, honorable members, I have already ruled on this matter. I have said in addition that the Joy FM and all the media houses, they should take note. So Joy FM, if you knew that what you did was beyond do the needful. But that notwithstanding, leadership we are going to meet and discuss this matter. We are probably going to even go beyond this matter because it's not probably only in respect of Honorable Afenyo-Markins. So please, let my ruling stand. Leadership will take a look at this and take a decision. You'll come and announce it here. But meanwhile, Joy FM, please do the needful. So on that note, we will bring today's business and the business of the week to a close. The time is almost 3 o'clock and we don't need any motion from anybody. So our honorable members, I'll go ahead to adjourn the House to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, I thank all of you for your cooperation. The House stands adjourned.
Amazing. As part of my experience here at the Royal Kuzi Hotel is a safari experience. You guys are coming along. Let's see the animals here. I hear there are lions here in the safari. Did you know that? I'm yet to see it for myself. So let's go. Let's experience the place. I like the view. I love the West. I love the Upper West. Let me know in the comment section if you're enjoying my Upper West series so far. Let's go. Let's see what they got.
And safari. Yeah, it's really a wildlife ranch. We have wild animals where we are keeping them on ranches. But before we start the tour and then everything, I'll be your tour guide for this morning. And I'm in the person of Halidu.
Are we going to be walking?
Yeah, it's really a three-whole project. We are still to have an official launch of the whole thing.
Okay.
Maybe when that is done, our safari cars and then everything is already in.
Okay.
So we'll not be doing this walking tour.
Walking
and then
thing.
We just have a drive tour.
It's because we are the pioneers.
You see?
We are the pioneers.
Exclusives when you roll with us.
So yeah.
So what's in this here?
This is our hippo camp.
Ah.
This camp is referred to as our hippo camp.
Are there hippos in here?
Yeah, they are in.
Wow.
The hippos are here.
Yeah, they are in.
Where are they?
Are they big?
They are big, but they are really young ones.
Oh, okay. How old are they?
They are just 20 months old.
Oh, okay.
This camp is electrocuted. It's electrocuted because of the hippopotamus. Yeah, we are trying to maybe scare them away from getting closer to the fence. Aside that, we don't want them to be moving around it. So the electrification scares them away back into the water.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I hope it doesn't kill them.
No, it doesn't kill because
what do they eat?
they feed on grass. They are looking for supplement. Usually we go around the banks of the dams in the morning to also search for fresh grass to just add to their feed.
Okay.
They are really managing our dry grasses, but we also give them a supplement.
Okay.
So usually every morning we try to get them fresh grass that they will feed on.
How deep is this water?
It's about 6 feet deep.
6 feet?
6 feet.
But that covers all their body.
Yeah, it covers, even 3 feet can cover their body. So what happens is, because here we have a different seasons, the dry and then the wet season. But we've monitored this water for the past 3 years to also know that the drainage system doesn't pass that 3 feet level, so which holds the hippos.
Yeah, you can see their body. I saw one here earlier, but it's gone inside. Yeah.
It's gone in.
Hey. Looks like the hippos here at this safari, they don't like us.
They don't like you. No,
they don't like us.
Not that they don't like you. They like you. Basically, in the morning, because they fed during the night, they like to stay under for some time. Yeah, they stay under for some time. So this water will be getting more dirty.
Okay.
So it's just our way of trying to make this water clean.
Oh, that's the pumping machine.
Yeah, that's the pumping machine. So, and there's a filter over there. Okay. So we pump the water into the filter, recycle it, and then pump it back.
Wow, this is so interesting.
Aside that, we also have different species, inclusive to the hippo. Inside this pond, we have about
inside
3.
The pond.
Yeah, inside the whole pond. This pond is really large.
So it's a man-made pond?
Yeah, it's a man-made pond. We have a man-made pond and then a man-made dam. Almost everything here is artificially created.
Okay.
Almost.
How big is the safari?
It's about 240 acres.
200.
Wow. For the whole project.
That's really
huge. With the exception of the hospitality, which also holds about 60 acres.
Okay.
So the whole project holds like 320 acres.
Wow, that's
These things, the hippos, they are really dangerous animals.
Yes, they're wild.
They are wild. They are wild and then very, very dangerous animals.
They'll attack us.
Yeah, but they don't just attack unless you try to temper in their home.
Their space.
Yeah, because now they know they are living in their home.
This is their home.
Their water is
We
their
don't
home.
want to trespass on their territory.
Yes, you don't need to trespass in their territory.
Hey, so if we go to Waitrose, then what? If they see the
So
boat?
usually, I know for sure, like per the videos I watch, when you go to rain trial, you have to be extremely quiet. So they'll tell you to be quiet just to watch them. Then after that, you just go. Yeah. So if it's like flying a drone or something, you don't fly it when you're there.
Yeah.
You can fly it when you're outside. Yeah.
Okay.
But currently what we do is we have guys around who move to also check on our animals So in case we even have visitors or tourists who want to see animals, you can contact them. Like any moment from now, I have to like try to read them whether our animals are closer or they are far away.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that
And
the
then
whole
you
safari is really fenced, so no animal moves out of this territory.
Okay. All come and check it out. Remember who showed you first?
We, Stella Chanelli, Miss Drew, Larry Lawson, you know the vibe, you know the vibe.
The elephants?
No, the lions, yeah.
Oh, the lions are fed all the time.
Yes.
I feed them thrice a week.
Oh, okay.
I feed them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Hey.
And
Okay.
the feed is a full donkey. Usually they are usually spread by ants. So that's why we have plenty of them around. The one with the
tree?
Yeah, this tree. Here we call it the Sira.
Sira
in our local language.
Does it
But
produce fruits?
No.
Okay. But it just drives away ants.
Yeah, it drives away and then it will raise the leaves will start developing.
Guys, this is beautiful. Look at them. Look at them.
They only lose their fear in the night. And this is how they stay when they are well fed and then they don't see any other thing worrying them. They are always, they know they are in their home. So they don't have anything to bother about.
Wow.
So as they see us around, you see it will get to a time then they will start looking scary in a way because they don't know our mission. Unless they stay for some time and then they get to know that these people, they are harmless. What happens is during the hunting stage, these ones, you see how they are staying. This is how they stay to observe animals, just to identify the weak one. So they stay in the bush, like they are even staying inside the bush to hunt. They can stay for almost 2 to 3 days to identify a weak one among the flock. So the moment they put the chase, they are targeting you.
Yeah.
Now let's assume we are standing like this. They are able to identify a weak one among us.
Yeah.
So the moment they jump out of this fence and they are putting the chase, they can run past you, run past my sister here. Then they are targeting me because they think I'm they've observed that I'm the weak one. And any speed I have, but I can't run past that 800 meters, they will be targeting before they can catch me. And usually that's how they do their hunting. And normally it's the females that hunt. So the females are the wild ones.
All right.
They are really wild. The females are the wild ones. And they are like cats.
You can hear her. Come on. Yes, girl. Yes.
Ready.
See how I called her?
We are harmless,
Come on.
don't worry.
Come on.
Hey!
Do it again.
Oh my goodness.
You should have seen me.
I was just talking about this fence. So this one runs from where we started the tour, the entrance of into the dam. And the reason is we try to stop certain species, almost all the antelopes from getting to this side because that's where the lions are.
The dam is
So
a
we don't
natural dam, right?
No, it's an artificial
man-made.
dam. It's a man-made, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we don't want some of the species to be getting closer to the lions. We
Even
want
though
to-
they're in the cage?
Yeah, but they may see certain species like the zebras, for instance. That's their favorite meal. So they may want to jump out and then feed on it. So we have to prevent that.
Okay.
We need to let that thing out of their mind to have the feeling that they may go out and then put a chase on any animal.
Yeah.
So we try to stop all animals from getting to the lion's cage.
But then, do you still come around and see some animals? What animals have you seen here?
Inside this cage,
Yeah.
we have different species. The different species of the antelopes.
Okay.
We have the fallow deers, the bushbacks, the elands, zebras, and then blackback. We have all of them inside this camp.
Walking free.
Yeah, walking free.
Nice.
The first thing we saw right here is the shea tree. If you haven't seen a shea butter tree, this is how it looks like. The skin of the tree feels funny. Yeah, look at this. It's so rough. So At which month does it fruit?
Yeah, April, May.
April, May.
Start fruiting, yeah, April, May.
Okay, by that time the vegetation is green.
It's green. This bark, you see that the bark is hard. It's like the bark of the crocodile.
Yeah.
It prevents it from fire outbreak.
Oh,
so the bark is really strong. And this same tree is where we get our charcoal from. Though it's advisable we don't practice deforestation, but if you want the best charcoal, it's from the shea tree.
But
Even
hey, don't go do that.
the fruit itself is edible.
Yeah.
It's really tasty.
Yes.
So after
I hear
eating
it
the
tastes
fruit
like
itself-
pear.
Yeah.
Shea butter.
Yeah, I'm here to taste the
We
real
would
fruit.
taste
It's
it.
still processed into shea butter.
Yes. And you can use it
Then
for
even-
eating,
yeah.
skin, everything.
And even after processing it into shea butter, the chaff that is left is not even thrown away. They mix it with sand, and then when you go to some of our local communities,
They
it is
build
used,
houses.
yeah, to plaster houses.
Oh.
You go to some of these local communities, you see house plastered with our cement. Usually, you mix the chaff with water. And then sand.
This
You
is
use it to
local
plaster.
cement. So this is how
Full green, yeah, when it's
the
fine.
fruit looks like. And this is how it looks like. This is fresh. It's now fruiting. But then when it becomes big, then they dry it before they can start using it for shea butter. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And it's really beautiful out here. I like the fact that the weather is hot, but you don't sweat. It's dry. And it makes me feel pretty, like sun, the glow, the extra
shea butter, and my mom is like, "Are you sure you don't add anything?" I'm like, "Nope, just shea butter."
So since we are seeing the poop of zebras here, this is how it looks like. He says he's very sure the zebras are around. This area is not fenced, it's the free range. So we are walking in search of zebras. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we are hoping to see zebras.
Yeah.
And so how often do you see them?
Usually every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Okay. So we are very hopeful we'll find zebras. I'm super excited because the only time I've seen a zebra was at Shy Hills, which is caged. So this living free range, I can see their poop all over. What's the name of their poop? Or is still poop?
It's poop.
It's poop. Okay, poop is poop. So yeah. Are you enjoying the tour so far? Let me know in the comment section.
You enjoy yourself, Stella?
So we are in search of the
Zebras.
and we are following their poop.
Yes.
But we are up the hill.
We are still going high.
We are not seeing anything. So let's go. Let's hope we find them. Whenever you are here, please come with the appropriate shoes, like a hiking shoe, something to protect because it's very rocky as you can see here. So we've been walking past 20 minutes. We haven't had any sign of the zebras yet. So we have found like 3 poops around. So we are still walking and in search of zebras so that you could also have a feel of how they look like if you've not seen one before. So they say we found a fruit. It's called the yellow berry, locally called saba. This is how the tree looks like. What did you say it tastes like?
Like mango?
No. Very tasty, like tamarind.
Tamarind. Oh, okay.
Tangerine. Not orange.
Oh, I see. Wow. These are the things you get to learn when you travel. You wouldn't know until you travel. So I would encourage anyone, when you visit a new country, try and do something different.
We are just moving
So,
this way.
we are still in search of the zebras, and at this point, this is how my view looks like. So, for the antelopes, I got them close. Oh, that's one. It's running away. They are so fast. So I just saw the antelopes running with their family, and I'm super excited because the last time I was in Mole National Park, as soon as you see them, they run away. So it's exciting. I'm quiet because we are hoping to still see the zebras. We don't want to scare them away. So yeah, the hunt is still on. We've been walking for close to 30 minutes and it's been fun so far. We finally found a zebra. Hey, there are two. There's one here.
And the other one is over there.
So this is it. Finally found the zebra. So this is called an eland. He's trying to move away. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. This is so beautiful. Look at the zebra. And that's another one there. The good part is they are so friendly, even though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here.
Walking.
This is so beautiful. It has been amazing. This is the closest I have come in contact
with zebra because Shy Hills, there's a fence that stops us from touching it. I fed them in Shy Hills, but this one, we're like, if I wanted to jump on its back, I could have.
and the fact that we've been walking for over 40 minutes just to find them. Oh my goodness.
Mission
accomplished. And this is so beautiful. See, that's an ostrich here. It's very far away and it's also living in the free range. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you had an amazing tour with me and this has been amazing. As it stands now, the hippos are still inside the water, but then stay tuned because in my next video we are going to see them.
Yes, we are.
It's going to be a surprise. That's why you should subscribe.
Come on,
show some love.
Yes,
show some love to Miss Drew.
Thank you.
And Laurie Lawson. That is her hair. Laurie. Yeah. So subscribe to all of them, their channels. Show them some love. Tell them Stella Chanel sent you. Because there are there are 2 travel vloggers. I mean, the only female vloggers.
Come on.
So far
Listen,
in Ghana.
We are the
show
ones
some
that
love.
do it all. So show some love, like, subscribe, share, comment. Let's get interactive in the comment section.
Let me know in the comment section which of the animals you saw that was simply amazing to you. I love you all as always. This is love from the Upper West region.
Syria kola waji di pan your friend say appear stadium ya de a watoto bi pan e de amane eye sofu pania your friend say Reverend Prof Emmanuel Asante no na your in-kind chairman e demand the National Peace Council na chese nkrofo mienu video bi a ye twegu ya de omko hie mu e wo eyie bi ase a chese eye appear stadium yi ehu wo sofu ya na o se papa mama bi sa wonsemfo abako mienu bi ata eye Mahama Breso no na memu Breso no na ya de awano ye di yie pan wo kasa yie pen na Mahama ye bibi na nya obe campaign na so ase kufa da memu Breso no why ye din dodo na den and then e koso chese what is going on and na chese papa chairman oh that time no o chairman no ye in-kind chairman e the National Peace Council ntinu no wo ho kwan say na e koso wo mami bi otumi eka ho asem sesi ana onkita saa de brani biom ni de ontumi enya saa de ne ho na Pia Stadium ka se e kra asa wo ye Ghana ni chese wo hu ne e koso ana chese wo mani me kufa do se kampo a o de fa wiemu hyan de ko bebi krampo no wana wa krampo se ska no yetumi de si school na ma ne ye eku eyi Mahama Breso no hu se o ye bi saa na na papa esi o na machre no e ho Pia Stadium ka che papa esi wo ye nya atwumpa na ne wo ye nyame nso ebebu waten one also for instance to be money ya appear stadium no so me ya nyatwem na san so awon so ya yatwem pa ye san se wo sane awosifa ya wa mamu hu nsem e wo man mu nya sa na me de me ya me nyama nti wo nyame bebu aten wo ya wasan so etwa oti krampo efi so na cha sa appear stadium san so tuma papa no so me nyame betwa meti efi so na sa de awon so nyame betwa we fusu krakrakra wo ko eye GhanaWeb portal so video ni twagu wo ho dendenden.
Thanks for joining us on Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. In recent times, many women and girls are seen doing amazingly well in the field of science, technology, engineering, and math. On today's edition of Best Tech, we engage key stakeholders in Ghana's STEM development, as well as some junior high school students who are using STEM to effect change in the society. And this is what they had to say.
Science, technology, engineering, and math is a key component of innovation. And to mark the International Day of Women and Girls in Science this year, we speak to some notable persons who are championing Ghana's STEM effort, as well as bring you some innovative products which are being created by students from across junior high schools that seeks to bring change in society. Welcome to Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maoli Aholmega. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. I have here with me Madam Justina Odumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIR, and we'll be picking her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to Best Tech. How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So today, what are we doing here today?
So today we are celebrating women and girls in science, and not just celebrating, we are also trying to inspire the young generation of girls who would want to also venture in science. And I think this day is important because there's a lot of stereotypes when it comes to science. I mean, everyone says, oh, science is heady, science is difficult. But no, I think it's high time we take those sciences for boys, especially when it comes to engineering and maths. So the stereotype have been that, oh, when it goes to engineering, it's for the boys, science is for boys because it's difficult, girls cannot do science. So today is actually a day that UN has set up to celebrate every year, to celebrate the achievement of women in science and also encourage girls in science as well.
Yeah. So finally, I just want to pick your thoughts. How are we going to improve the science, technology, and innovation in our educational system, from your point of view and CSIR?
Yeah, from my point of view, I think that we need to start from the basic level. Going back, because for me, if you start anything from SHS, it doesn't really make a difference because students really decide on STEM at the GHS level. So we need to get more teachers who love STEM, more teachers who will be mentors. You know, even sometimes the teachers themselves confuse us, or the teacher themselves discourages us to go into science. So we should get more teachers, we should get the curriculum attached to STEM. Because for me, STEM is the foundation of everything. I mean, you can do STEM, anything related to STEM, and still divert in other fields, and you still apply the knowledge that, you know, STEM is very inquisitive. So in every area of your life, you want to experiment, you want to find out, if not A, then what is B, you know, that kind of. So critical thinking. So we need to indulge in during the basic education level.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so that has been Madam Justina Onumai. She's a senior research scientist with the CSIR, and she's been telling me, picking her thoughts on the Ghana's STEM sector, and she tells me that critical thinking is also essential to improve STEM education in Ghana. So I have here with me Mr. Abdul Rahman Diallo, and he's the UNESCO rep in Ghana, and we'll be picking his thoughts on today's celebration of the International Day in Women and Girls in Science. Hello sir, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to pick your thoughts. What's your general overview of today's event?
Oh well, it's a celebration. It's a celebration of the power and the role of women in sciences. Sciences need women. Women need sciences. So this is all about it. Every 11 February in the world, the whole community, member state organizations, schools, parents, families, we remind that science is important and that the role of women and girls in science is equally or even more important. So this is all about this, and we are very excited to be here and this, with these kids that you can see all around, showing us the amazing things. You see them, you can not think that they are able really to think thoroughly and to propose such invention, and so it's promising. It's promising to see that we have such green potential here in the country. So this is all about it. You don't need a lot of speech. Science is everywhere. You see the trees, you see your microphone, you see your mask. Yeah. Science is everywhere. Science is in the kitchen. Science is in the mechanic. Science is in the car. So we need, the world needs sciences, and women are key agents, and we know. And what is important during this day also is to project and to share. There's a lot of women here in Ghana who are leaders in science, but they are not known enough. They are in their laboratory, or some of them are in foreign countries. So Ghanaian girls and women are to see them. And UNESCO, whenever we can organize such platform where you can have this dialogue and just showing, projecting, giving the opportunities for Ghanaian women and scientific to speak to their sisters, daughters, and mothers. So this is all about it. So we cannot just but encourage and invite girls and women to adhere, to continue to adhere to science.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So that's been Mr. Diallo, and he's a UNESCO rep, and he's been sharing his thoughts with me on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I have here with me a very beautiful lady here, and she'll tell me her name and what she does here, and her thoughts on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Madam, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you.
Please tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Olivia Sewo Pare,
Okay.
Mrs. I'm the director for Science Education Unit, Ghana Education Service.
Okay. All right. Madam, so today is International Day of Women in Science. What are your thoughts, and why are we doing this today?
Yes, like Mr. Diallo said, rightfully said, we are here today to project the good work of girls and women in science. And I think what you have come here to observe, the project, the experiment, and the work that have been displayed here is evident enough. Yeah, to see what girls can do. Whatever boys can do, girls can do it even better. Yes. And then again, also to celebrate women that have actually made it today. We cannot stop mentioning names such as Dr. Letitia Obing, the first female botanist, late Rama Adi, our first brilliant science and maths quiz mistress. Even though she's late, but still the work, is in progress. And Ghana is doing very well through the initiative. Yes. And then again, these younger ones will take inspiration from the good work of people who have really made it in science, especially women. So we are here to inspire these younger ones to take up science as a subject. Like Mr. Diallo said, science is life. Science is done in the kitchen. Science is done in the home. In fact, everywhere you find yourself is science. Life is all about science. And everybody is a scientist. But the greatest scientists on earth are mothers and, of course, the girls. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
You're welcome.
Yes, so that's been Madam Olivia, and she's a director here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. And they've been my field guests on BizTech, on this week's edition of BizTech. I'll also be speaking with some students who have displayed some very innovative items here as we celebrate the International Day of Women in Science. My name is Malia Holmega. Don't go anywhere. This is BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Yes, so I have here with me some students here from the Tenashi Junior High School, and they're sharing with me what they've created right here as part of celebration for the International Day of Women in Science. Hello Jessica, how are you?
Fine.
Yeah, so what exactly are we seeing here?
You are seeing a simple circuit diagram.
Okay.
So we have our battery, our 9V battery, our positive terminal and our negative terminal.
Okay.
Current flow through the positive terminal to the negative terminal to the load. Our load is our fan, and we have our key. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll come here and what exactly? I see the model design here.
There is a model design.
Okay.
We have the outer layer, the middle layer, and the inner layer.
Okay.
The outer layer is made up of box or curtain. The middle layer is made up of caco or insulator.
Okay.
And then the inner layer is made up of aluminium foil.
Okay.
So the middle layer here, it prevents and gain loss of heat by conduction. And then the aluminium layer here, it prevents and gain loss. It prevents and gain loss.
Okay.
Loss by radiation.
Okay. So
and then.
Okay, so this is the model design that you use.
Yes.
Now I want to move to exactly what the item is.
This is our device.
Okay.
We have a curtain or a box and a caco to insulate wrapped by aluminium foil to prevent heat escape or heat gain. And here we have our outer vent.
Okay.
So the outer vent drives the warm air through the fixed fan.
Okay.
So it cools here and comes out through the sun drying chamber.
Okay.
So this is our circuit, the simple circuit that she showed you. They are all here.
Okay.
And the fan is fixed here. So after you wash your hands, you just come and press gently on it and dry your hands. And you put this one too and dry your hands. Because of the COVID, many people will come and touch it. So you use the sanitizer to sanitize your hands so that the germs will also.
Okay, great. Wow, that's so
Thank
beautiful.
you.
That's so nice. Yeah, so I've been speaking with some students from the Tenashi Junior High School here, and they've displayed their rather innovative products here as part of efforts to celebrate the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. I'll just move quickly right here. I see some students fixing some stuff here. I'm going to ask them what exactly they are working on, and then we'll just pick their thoughts on that. Hello, good afternoon. How are you? Great. What's your name?
Please, my name is Frida Kujo.
Okay, and what school are you from?
Please, Michelle Kam.
Okay,
Services Basic School.
Michelle Kam Services Basic School. Yeah, so what exactly am I looking at right now?
Please, it's a setup to make potable water available to all diverse of people.
Okay.
People in rural areas, so they can all access potable water for their use.
Okay. So how were you guys able to come up with this? I see the little house and I see some wires and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is just for an example of like harvesting water at homes.
Okay.
So when rainwater, we harvest it. So it's not everyone that has money to set up a pipe on water.
Okay.
So with this method, it's less expensive and it helps people to get easy access to water for maybe washing cars and other stuff. So you can set aside our pipe-borne water. This is our pipe-borne water.
Okay.
So you set it aside for maybe cooking, preparing of medicines, and drinking.
Okay.
And this one can be used for washing of cars too. bring down expenditure.
Great. Thank you so much. This is really nice. I really like what you guys are doing.
And this one is sedimentary
Okay,
filtration.
so that's a different project.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so explain to me what this project is. All right, great. Tell me your name.
Frina.
Frina. Okay. So what am I looking at, Frina?
Sediment filtration.
Okay.
This one consists of charcoal,
Okay.
sand, and then
Gravels.
Yeah.
Okay.
All these components have been washed.
Okay.
So like reduce the dirt in them.
Oh, wow.
So when we pour the water in, it goes through here,
Okay.
passes through,
Go
and
through
then
here.
filtrates here,
Wow.
and to enter a container.
Okay.
Clean. But before you can drink it, you have to boil it.
Okay.
To retain
This
its
one can be
components.
used in rural areas where they don't have access to carbon water. They get their pond water, which most of the times is not safe for drinking.
Okay.
So with this method, they can filter it and boil it, and then they can drink.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Great. Yes, so I've been speaking with some students from the Michelle Camp Basic School, and they've been showing me some of their innovative program. One which is very interesting is they've built a filter where water goes through a little bit of process, and then the water comes out, and then when the water comes out, for persons in rural areas, they're able to boil this water and then drink. So, which is very, very amazing on what they are doing. Yeah. So, as you can see, they've been able to get some water out, and then we can see it displaying right now.
It's just from rainwater.
Okay.
This is natural rainwater, and to be able to make access to drinking, you boil it. You can use it for your drinking, anything that you want to, washing of cars, and can be used for various things.
Okay.
So
Right.
reduces expenditure.
Wow, great. Thank you so much. I have here with me some students from Gbechile 1 JHS, and they'll be taking me through their product that they've created. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to BizTech. Tell me your name and your school.
I'm doing good. My name is Harriet Barr, and we come from Gbechile KKMA 1 JHS.
Great. Yeah, so what do we have here? I see some water conservation.
Yes, please. We are harvesting and conserving rainwater. And then we have our experiment to set up to show you how rainwater can be harvested and conserved for human consumption. Okay. We have our rainwater. It is dirty due to the carbon monoxide and other things. And when it comes to us, through our roofing shades and dirt, it becomes dirty. So we want to filter it for it to be good for human consumption. Plants and animals can also use it. So there's our tube. It is passing through the tube to our filtration bowl. So,
Is that sand or something?
yeah,
that's it. Okay.
so this is our sand, our filtration stones, and our foam. And then the sand will settle on the foam for our reservoir to have clean and good water.
So this is the final product.
Yes,
So it starts
please.
from here, moves to here, then comes to here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the whole idea behind creating something like this?
You see, harvesting water. Water is a non-renewable resource. And I read that it can get finished. So we have to conserve it. During the dry season, most rivers and streams dry up. So we have to conserve our water, preserve it so it will be good. And then we have enough for the dry season to stay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I like what you guys are doing here. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's been some students from the Gbechile JHS, and they've been sharing with me their thoughts on, they created something in regards to water conservation, which is very, very interesting. It goes through a house, as they call it, and then it comes in through a filter system, and then the final product comes through a water reservoir. They have been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mali Aholemega. Thanks for watching. Over to you, Ernestina, in studio.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our first story, which is on the cedi depreciation, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has assured of efforts being made to curtail the ongoing cedi depreciation of the country's local currency against the US dollar. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.7%. Since the beginning of this year, the Ghana cedi has depreciated by 4.70% in 45 days to the US dollar, while selling on the retail market at about 7 cedis 09 pesos at some forex bureau. Reacting to the development, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo admitted to the cedi's performance as being of major concern to him and the government as well as the business community and citizens. He said, "I am aware of the anxiety there is in these business circles and throughout the population about the recent depreciation of the cedi. I'm extremely upset and anxious about it too. But I want to assure you that all efforts are being made to arrest the decline and restore the cedi to stabilization in order to improve the competitiveness of Ghanaian industry. And I think very soon you will see some results." Chief Executive Officer of GIPC, Yofi Grant, has said Ghana could generate up to $20 billion from the exportation of cocoa if local manufacturers adopt value addition mechanisms. He lamented that even though Ghana is the second largest producer of cocoa, it only derives about $2.3 billion from cocoa exports annually. He describes this as worrying, adding that this will boost Ghana's exports marginally.
Okay, as you know, GIPC is an investment promotion agency under the presidency. So what we try to do, what my job is to bring in foreign direct investments, to partner with local entrepreneurs to create viable businesses that can also grow the economy. And so for me, this is one of the very important areas that I suspect we can optimize and grow significantly. I mean, Ghana is a major producer, the second largest producer of cocoa beans in the world, of which we export. And every year we only make about some 2-3 billion out of it. But if we could add value to this cocoa, structurally build an ecosystem where we can add value to the cocoa and produce chocolate, then we stand a bigger chance of probably making some 20 billion a year out of chocolate alone, which is much more significant than the 2 billion we make just selling the beans.
Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is optimistic that Ghana can provide a sustainable transportation system with the piloting of electric and gas-driven vehicles. According to him, efforts to transition is necessary to enable users to switch from fossil fuels to clean energy as part of efforts aimed at creating a net zero future. He said this at the National Energy Transition Forum in Accra on February 2022.
In many of the advanced nations, as was mentioned earlier by the Minister for Transport, the goals have been set, the targets are being set. No diesel vehicle production by 2030, for example, in some countries. And so the transition is happening. What are we going to do in Ghana? If we are maintaining these high petroleum prices are going to be maintained, how is it going to affect our economy? Does it make sense to continue in the usage and importation of fossil fuel-driven vehicles? And this is why I'm very happy that the Ministry of Transport is already thinking ahead on these issues and going to pilot gas-driven as well as EV vehicles in Ghana very soon.
Importers now have a 30% discount on general goods and a 10% discount on imported vehicles into the country. The benchmark value on imports have been reduced from 50% to 30% on general goods and 30% to 10% on vehicles. The reduction comes after a consensus between Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the Ghana Union of Traders Association, AGI, Institute of Freight Forwarders, and the Ghana Revenue Authority. The GRA in January announced the reversal of the benchmark values on imports. Users of commercial transport will have to brace themselves to pay more when commuting to their various destinations. This is as a result of a 15% upward adjustment in transport fares agreed upon by road transport operators and the relevant ministry. The implementation of the new price will take effect Saturday, February 26, 2022. It will be recalled that the transport operators had initially proposed a 30% fare increment, but following a meeting on February 21 with various stakeholders, they settled on 15%. So what this means is if you pay 2 cedis now, from Saturday you are going to pay 2 cedis 30 pesos. If you used to pay 2 cedis 20 pesos, you are now going to pay 3 cedis 70 pesos. And for long distance people, if you are paying say 30 cedis, you are now going to pay 35 cedis. Those who are paying 40 will now pay 47 cedis. To our final story, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has said the defunct Commander Sugar Factory located in the central region will resume operations by April this year. According to him, the civil works on the factory are expected to be completed by the end of March this year to enable operational activities to begin. On the sugar factory, some civil works are being done there, and hopefully by the end of March, it will be completed. The Indians are in and doing some work, so by April, production would have begun on the sugar factory. He made this known when a delegation of chiefs and elders from the Commander traditional area paid a courtesy call on him at the Jubilee House on Wednesday, February 23. Our time is up, and thank you for joining us on the most watched business show in the country. This is BizTech, and it airs every Fridays. Before we go, do log on to www.GhanaWeb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
Essentially, Captain Smart, Edin Sembi, Atuja, Ochumuse, and was there any manimia, a young Masha Bejani, Emma Sin Central, Kennedy, a Japan, and a Chief of Staff, a Acosta Frema or Sayo Pare, and was a National Security Operative, that Mikochiomo, and the manimia, a Sansoma Bok Chrono. Now, some for Becca and Sentamo Natchez, Kennedy, Japan, and more call as a radio soldiers or Mudinki Town or D2 Sana, a year or no, and a Chief of Staff, or Mama, a year, Sarah for 120,000 Ghana cedi, and Sana Chester to me about in Russia Bedroom, and a son one your kind amount for can be a pino, and a Captain Smart agent to HM on no crown tears yo, a son's on no way, or who may be arches, I just have for it to me a dear more my Ghana, so I know Adrian you, so I cons you, so I told Tadia Magano, a movie I won't as I just for ISA. I don't take a crew of mine sick at Comano, so when Papa confirm and from Bonatasso, or so Lord Joan and Tiasse, on any trim say, if it's a man penny so I bet no Captain Smart is not to be a comfort in St. Many I was the Coco Chief of Staff and I feel a Kennedy Japan. Asen Central Mashe Bejani Kennedy e Japan and Odiato NP Fiamanyu Konenim wa bomb koko ye pan so munim no money ni diagra e ade ono bebo modiana announce videos a owo nyina no be release ni say te na ne nyina no ogina so na on sentem de wanfo enima oni ya boaben asamwa a oye NPP Communications Director na sen we to ane nyonko na we ato eno no ogina so aka se boaben asamwa enim na so sa di nsem bi anampo san be di nsem bi betudwa e fo no Kennedy Japan ho a ade o de be ye MPP Amanyoko no anya asam keto akra o chemo be yi announce videos a owo nyina e de akere o chemo no esan MPP Amanyoko ni nti nanka ye January 2022 nanka wo so kwhwe na pomudi mu nsam nanso eso mu nsensem nti wentumi anko na sensem bi ha no no so no Kennedy Japan de aba be tudwa e de amamo se ne be ya amanfo nso betumi aka bi na chese matters nya ya solve ya na mo sori na we kanide ene obo mo kokoyie pa so man hwe yi a ono ankasa na ya de a party no obegu no owie nso anya na videos bi owo bia so no obe release.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the House attention to the fact that today happens to be your birthday, and we all want to wish you the best of the day. May our good Lord continue to bless and guide you. May you enjoy it to the best. Happy, happy, happy birthday from all of us.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues on the other side for the House to wish you a very, very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, how good it is to be celebrating your birthday as and sitting in the chair of the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana as a second Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after becoming the cornerstone, the wise book and the oldest book, Mr. Speaker, says that the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Not just a stone. Mr. Speaker, may God bless you and may you continue to be the chief cornerstone. We were told that come everywhere, wherever you see Apia Kubi, everybody be begging him. Mr. Speaker, we thank you and may God be with you.
Member for Saudai. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this privilege to wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, John Keats, that famous English poet, once wrote that it is by our own deeds and we mythologized. Mr. Speaker, today we are mythologizing you because of your good deeds. May you live well. May you grow from strength to strength.
Amen.
And may you be returned to Parliament for Formina.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Yes, I'm not member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We also want to add our voices to Honorable Manda to wish you a happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. And also to assure you of the party support. The ruling party support that nominated you and made you the second speaker. May you live long and may the party recognize your support for this caucus and get it out to Parliament. May the party, Mr. Speaker, may the party, the New Patriotic Party, recognize your support, your contribution to the caucus and return you unopposed to run on the ticket of the MPP in 2020. God bless you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
let me also join colleagues in wishing you a very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, you are the true definition of a rejected stone that has become a chief cornerstone. Mr. Speaker, may your enemies never see peace. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that you return to this house as a member of parliament once again in the next parliament as an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, I wish you well.
Our friends on the other side are saying good and kind words about you. It tells me that you are a good person. You are somebody who is respected in this house and beyond. And I also want to put on record that at least I taught your wife when she was doing her master's degree. Mr. Speaker, from what they are saying, I'm praying that when you sit in the chair to cast your ballot, our friends wouldn't come after you. Because if they did that, then it will negate all the good things they are saying about you. And I'm sure that from what I'm seeing from them today, when it is time for us to vote on the e-levy based on your good deeds, Mr. Speaker, they will all vote in support. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that from what I'm seeing today, our friends will see you as a unifier and somebody who will lead us to ensure that this parliament progresses and this country also moves forward.
Mr. Speaker, as you celebrate your birthday, I want to remind you about a proverb by the ancient Greece, who says that beware of the Greeks when they offer you gifts. That's to say that God elevated you to this position. But once you mingle with the majority groups, be very careful. Because you were rejected 3 years ago. But through the grace of God, you are today occupying the high office of a second deputy speaker through the support of the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I pray that because we supported you, God will grant you the wisdom to continue to remain neutral.
And be independent always.
Independent always. So that you give good judgment as you have been doing. Mr. Speaker, beware of the Greeks when they offer you gifts. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I thank God. Okay, you and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you a happy birthday. I know today you are celebrating your 56th birthday. And you are my junior brother. Mr. Speaker, the members from the majority side want to draw you to some problem by saying that they have nominated you to become the second deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are clear that first and second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party. So by accepting that, they are drawing you into that party and it will be a challenge for you. So Mr. Speaker, reject that one. They have not nominated you. You are not a member of the MPP. In fact, we nominated you. And it's better you accept our nomination than theirs, because theirs will draw you into trouble. Beware of that. Because the first and the second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party.
put him in trouble first. You want another trouble.
So, Honorable Patrick Ngoma, don't draw the second deputy speaker to a problem. I wish you a happy birthday. Remain strong. Remain the cornerstone, which was rejected, but now being whole as like a baby.
Let me thank all of you for the well wishes and best blessings that has been bestowed on me. I'm so grateful to you. Incidentally, I don't celebrate birthdays. I've never done one before. So don't be surprised if you don't see me celebrating any birthday. I'm not. I was born exactly the day Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. Yes. So today is 24th, and that's the day I was born. So I'm very grateful to all of you.